Shout out to the gang. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. We are back. We are back. All right, so what we got? What do we have here? Okay, let's come here. Oh, wait. Yeah. Let's push this guy right.
We lost probably 3.
As he's in John's.
Welcome to the live show. Shout out to Andrea. Andrea, the moderator. God bless you. Welcome back to the live show. I told you I was going to be back. Now I am back. Okay, I am back. Okay, so let's get straight to business because we know you beautiful ladies and handsome men have families that you got to go back to. So let's make it quick, okay? Anything is possible in the United States. All right, let's get straight to the point.
Town with a particular focus there on energy. And if you've been listening in to our coverage here on Live Now, a few of those other speakers that took the stage earlier today also addressed energy and the plan that the Republicans want to have here in 2024 and 2025 moving forward for energy in several of these states. Of course, this is another time where you're going to see the former president there interacting with the crowd, as he often does. He'll often even turn around and take questions as well from supporters who are standing there to see him. Getting ready to walk up those stairs now. We can hear that music slowly underneath him as he takes the stage, looking around, making sure he's getting a good look at all the people there who showed up for him in Johnstown. Now, this is in Cambria County at the War Memorial Arena there as well. Something, again, this is Pennsylvania has been an important state for Donald Trump, also where that assassination attempt happened back on July 13th. This isn't his first time back there in the state either. He's been back several times since that assassination attempt, continuing again his presidential run as he's trying to win the seat there in November. Again, him and Vance have done several rallies within Pennsylvania and other battleground states over the past few days and months leading up to the big election in November. Let's listen in just a little bit here to hear how things are sounding. But of course, we're waiting to hear him officially speak. Playing that iconic song as well as he's getting ready. He's likely to let that full song play out, which is getting to the tail end there. But you can see several people showing up, a lot in construction hats as well as he's
In the history of our country, you know that.
just getting to the tail end there. But you can see several people showing up, a lot in construction hats as well as he's getting ready to address energy and a lot of things that have to do with the economy as well in this much awaited speech. Let's go ahead and listen in here to Donald Trump.
Wow, thank you very much, everybody. I love this place. I love it. We've had great luck here. So just to everybody, hello, Pennsylvania. How are we doing, Pennsylvania? And I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. It's coming, it's coming. Listen to this, 67 days, wow. 67 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. Did you see her? Did you see her last night? Did you see her last night? I don't know. You think she's going to be able to handle President Xi? I don't know. I don't think so. China, North Korea, Russia, I don't know. But we're going to win back the White House. We're going to make this country greater than it's ever been. And everyone here today is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. You know that. Make America Great Again, MAGA. And whoa, look at all of the fake news. They got a lot of fake news back there. That's a lot of fake news, David. That's a lot of people. Some I like, about 7%, and some I don't like. No, that's a lot. But, you know, when I say the greatest political movement in the history of our country, if I say something even slightly wrong, they give me 12 Pinocchios, right? 12 Pinocchios. No, we can't say anything even a little bit wrong. I can't even joke. When I used to show Biden couldn't find the stairs off the stairway, they'd say, Trump couldn't find it. They'd say, they took it. And they would say, I couldn't. When different things, the worst thing you can do with them is sarcasm, because it doesn't work with the fake news. So we won't have any fun, but we will have fun. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I recognize you. How are you? And I recognize you. But no, it's amazing what we built all together and started 8 years ago, maybe a little before that, who knows? Probably started 40 years ago in our soul, but it started 8 years ago, and nobody would have thought anything like this could have happened. And it represents a tremendous piece of the Republican Party, and more importantly, it represents a tremendous piece of this country, tremendous piece, a lot more than 50%. Therefore, we have to get out and vote. This past week, I was honored to receive 2 endorsements of former Democrats for president, Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And they're both great people. They were Democrats, as you probably know, and they felt very strongly about the endorsement, and I feel very happy to get it. Every day we are welcoming more Republicans, independents, traditional Democrats, and old-fashioned liberals. You know, they don't use that term anymore. They use progressive. We don't use that term. We like liberal better. Progressive sounds so good. It sounds progressive. They're not progressive. They're the opposite. Together we're fighting to secure our borders, end the endless foreign wars, and defend the working people of America. And coming in, I heard some of the most beautiful speeches. I heard just beautiful, beautiful speeches. I want to thank all of the speakers that preceded me. Beautiful speeches. We're joining forces to defeat government corruption, restore free speech, and make America healthy again. We're going to make America healthy again, you know? We're a nation that is not doing well in a lot of ways, and we're not doing so well with health, but we're going to solve a lot of those problems, I think, over the next short period of time. A lot of that's common sense, too. It's all common sense when you get right down to it, but we're going to get toxic chemicals out of our environment, and we're going to get them out of our food supply. We're going to get them out of our bodies. We'll get them out of our body, right? Right? With victory this fall, we will enact this pro-family agenda, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. They never talk about the American dream. They never mention it. They don't talk about the American flag. By the way, the American flag, we got some of the greatest congressmen warriors here that you have anywhere. And congressmen, go to Congress soon, like immediately, but soon. We should give a 1-year sentence in jail to anybody that burns the American flag. We should do that. Mike, do it, Mike. Right? Do it. That looks so bad at the Democrat National. I always call it Democrat. You know, they want it to be called Democratic. I said, then change your name. They don't change their name. Sounds worse, so I use it. But at the Democrat National Convention, I watched those American flags burning all over the place. I think it's a disgrace. And they said it's unconstitutional to stop it. Like hell it is, okay? Like hell it is. It's not unconstitutional. It's like when I stopped the riots in Washington. They were taking down statues. They were having a lot of fun. They didn't know what they were doing, having a lot of fun. And I pulled out an old law from 1907, because we don't pass laws like that are tough. And it said, if you touch a monument, if you touch it, even touch it against the will of authority, if you take it down, but if you even touch it, you go to jail for 10 years. And there's no 9 years and 5 months, it's 10 years. And so I signed it, I took it out, it was dusty. It was old and dusty. Hadn't been used in 78 years, I think they said. And I signed it, I announced it, and I watched about 10,000 asses I could watch from the back as they left town. They were all gone. I knew there was a problem when they started ripping down a statue of Abraham Lincoln. I said, they're going to take down the statue of Lincoln? I don't think so. We're not going to let that happen. And we've got to be tough, because if you see what's happening in Aurora, Colorado today, did you see that? Where Venezuelan gang members have taken over parts of the city. They've taken over apartment houses because these stupid people that we have leading our country are allowing these people, these criminals, to come into our country, and we're going to get them the hell out of here. And this is just the beginning. Wait till you see what happens. Wait till you see what they're doing. Unbelievable. No, it's these congressmen, they're just shaking their head. They can't believe it. They can't believe two things, actually. The size of these crowds. You know, you could fill this place up 3 times. Why didn't you get a larger arena? Huh? Somebody said, as we were riding by, oh, it's too bad the arena hasn't started filling up. I said, no, you don't understand. It's totally full, but the line goes back for miles. It's already full. But we got to do that, fellas, you know? We got to do it. Because I've been saying for a long time, I said, these people are coming in from prisons and jails. Nobody listened to me. They're murderers. They're drug dealers. If you take a look at Venezuela as an example, their crime is down 72%. Because they've taken their criminals from Caracas. They've taken their drug dealers. They're emptying their prisons into our country. Their crime is down. All over the world, crime is down. In the Congo, in Africa, 22 people deposited into our country. Where do you come from? The Congo. Where in the Congo? Jail. What did you do? We will not say that. You can imagine. Listen, they come from Africa. They come from the Middle East, countries that are not friends of ours. And they're coming by the millions, And these fools, Kamala, who's a Marxist, these fools are letting them come into our country, destroy our country. And I said, you know, did you ever see the hat? I don't want to brag, but they do have a big selling hat. You know what it says? Trump was right about everything, right? Front row Joes. Front row Joes. Right? No, but it's... Hey, look, if I ran one of those countries, I would be doing better than them at getting the people out. You run a country, the country's inundated with really tough people that are criminals. I want to get them the hell out. If I was the head of a country, the president of a country, if I was in charge of anything having to do with the country, I would have moved them out even faster than they're doing. They are moving people into our country at numbers that nobody's ever seen. And those countries are becoming safe countries. And wait till you see what's going to happen. You know, they're just getting acclimated. You know what that means, acclimated? They're getting used to a society that really goes too far. And the only thing they go after is guys like Trump because he protests an election. That's the only thing they're good at going after. They don't go after criminals. They don't go after people that kill people. They don't go after drug dealers that kill, on average, 500 people during their lifetime. So a drug dealer kills 500 people. And the only thing they would understand would be the death penalty. If you had the death penalty for drug dealers, you wouldn't have any more drugs. You wouldn't have any more drugs. Instead, we form blue ribbon committees made up of our great First Lady and lots of people like Steve Witkoff, great developer in New York. But they don't do this for a living. The only thing they understand, I went to China, I saw President Xi, had a good relationship until COVID came in, then I broke it off. That was too much. But I said to him, and I had a great relationship with him, and I will again probably. But I said, do you have a drug problem? 1.4 billion people. No, we have no drug problem. Why don't you have a drug problem? Because we have the death penalty, he said, for drug dealers. If they sell drugs, they die, he said. So those people that sold drugs, they said, you know, let's go to another country. This is a little bit tough. But they do in many other countries. In countries where you have that, you don't have a drug problem. And we are becoming a drug-infested nation, whether you like it or not. We're becoming a drug-infested nation. So we better get our act together. You know, years ago, centuries ago, China was taken over numerous times by smaller nations, much smaller nations, because they were all drugged out from the opium fields and all of that. And then one of their very powerful leaders said no more, and they ended it. And we're going to have to end it too, because we're really a country that we're a failing nation in a lot of ways. What they've done to our country is incredible. What is Kamala, who's a total lightweight. Did you see her on television last night? This is going to be the president. This is going to be the president of our country? I don't think so. Sitting propped up in a desk with this guy, this Tampon Tim. And it's the first interview she's done in nobody's ever seen anything like it. And if you're too weak to do a one-on-one interview with a person that was so soft, you know, I know Dana, she's always, always nasty. She was so nice to the Democrats. It's much easier to be a Democrat, but we don't agree with their policies because their policies will destroy our nation. So we can't do that. We can't do that. But it was a very weak interview from the standpoint of CNN. I think CNN should be ashamed of themselves. If that were me, aren't they? Sir, I heard you want the death penalty for drug dealers. Why? Well, you know, I'd like to end the drug epidemic, if that's okay. Remember this, and I said it. Every drug dealer, on average, kills 500 people. That's not mentioning all of the families that are destroyed forever. They're destroyed forever. And we have to do something about it because we are becoming, and we are, a drug-infested nation. We have to do something. And if you did that meaningfully, you will, in 1 week, stop the drug problem. Nobody's going to be selling drugs. Nobody. I don't know if the country's ready for it, but they should. You know, we lost, they give you fake numbers, the real numbers. We lost probably 350,000 people last year to drugs, to fentanyl and other drugs. I had a deal with President Xi who was going to put that on their ultimate crime list. That's where they give the death penalty. If they make it in China, they sell it here. He was going to give the death penalty. When we had a rigged election, what happened is when I left, they never picked it up. Biden never picked it up, so they never did it. But they were going to give the death penalty, which is their ultimate punishment. You can't get too much more ultimate than that. They were going to give the death penalty to the fentanyl makers in China if they make it and sell it in here. And they were going to do it because, you know, otherwise we weren't going to do trade. Little things like, we won't trade with you anymore. We won't pay you billions of dollars anymore. So easy. So easy. But people like Kamala, she let San Francisco die. She destroyed probably the greatest city, maybe one of the greatest cities, but could be. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, used to say years ago, he said San Francisco is the greatest city in America. That was probably 1670. He passed away, great guy, he passed away, but he used to talk about San Francisco all the time. Today, you can't walk into San Francisco. She destroyed it. She's the one that started it too. She was the district attorney. Then she destroyed California along with Gavin Newsom. You know that. One of the truly bad governors. But the fake news is doing everything possible, everything they can to help Kamala Harris. Do you ever notice nobody knows what her last name is? I go, okay, I'm going to give you the first name. Tell me the last name. I say, Kamala. They have no idea who the hell she is. But as they find out, you notice our poll numbers are starting to skyrocket. When they find out that she's a Marxist, when they find out her father, you know, is a Marxist professor, you know that. When they find out that she was the one that destroyed California and San Francisco a long time ago, you can't have this. Look, we have to put our country back into shape. Somebody said, women don't like Donald Trump. I said, I think that's wrong. I think they love me. I love them. I love them. Speaking of them, North Carolina, these women, this is number 227 rally. And they've been to some other than rallies. 220. They're wealthy as hell. Look at them. They've got nothing but cash. Their husbands are great. But they allow them to go all over the country. They follow me all over the country. We have front row Joes over here. We got the women from North Carolina. Look at them. And no, but they're great patriots. They're great patriots. And you know, I spoke to the husbands one time. I say, how do you put up with this? Your wives are traveling all over the place. Do you mind? We trust our wives, sir. We trust them implicitly. I said, well, you have great wives, let me tell you, but they've traveled, I think it's like 228, something like that. But it is beautiful to have you here. We love to have you here. Always perfectly coiffed. They're always perfectly coiffed, right? They're beautiful. They're great women, and we appreciate their being here. We appreciate you guys being here. You were here in Butler. They were there in Butler. I remember they were standing there in the front row Joes. You know what? They get here like 3 days early. They wait around for 3 days, 4 days. They probably got to know some of my guys by now. I would think they don't have to be quite so anxious. They're going to be, but they've done a great job. And then we have Mr. Wall. Irving Wall, would you please stand up? Irving Wall. He is a great guy, and he was there for Butler too, wasn't he? He was there, I saw him there, but he's been to many shows. How many shows have you been to? He's lost track, I agree. I agree, but I appreciate it. We appreciate it. The whole place appreciates it. Ultimately, they're patriots. It's not about me. These are incredible patriots. These ladies are incredible patriots. So I just want to thank you. Incredible. But to show you how bad the fake news is, some of the Gold Star families, you probably read this over the last couple of days, and you know, a lot of people say, sir, don't hit down on them, the fake news. Don't hit down, sir, don't even mention. I said, should I mention it? Don't hit down. Well, but it became sort of a story. So I always like to mention it, because if you don't mention it, our supporters don't really know what to believe, and they sort of believe this stuff. So the Gold Star families and incredible people, and I got to know them because 13 families who were, as you know, lost a loved one in Afghanistan so needlessly because we have an incompetent president and vice president, grossly incompetent, and we had Milley and these incompetent generals that should have been fired immediately. Not one person was fired over Afghanistan. And by the way, Russia saw that, they went into Ukraine because they said, I had no idea that the United States was so stupid. So, and you know, when I was running that, I spoke to the leader of the Taliban. They run the whole deal. And I said, Abdul, don't even think. Don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it. Because they were killing our people. And they were really killing them previous to me and Obama. They were killing them in the Obama administration and with Biden. But how did he do in the debate? A friend of mine said, sir, what did you do? I said, how good was I tonight? Sir, you probably got him thrown out. Now you're going to have to run against somebody new. I said, I don't care. I have to do what I have to do. We have to do what we have to do, right? And I look forward to the debate with her. But what happened, so with Afghanistan, you know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things, and they all come back brilliantly together. And it's like, and friends of mine that are like English professors, they say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. That's not rambling. When you have, what you do is you get off a subject to mention another little tidbit, then you get back onto the subject, and you go through this, and you do it for 2 hours, and you don't even mispronounce one word. And they say he had 100,000 people. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people. They never like to report it, so I say it. But in Wildwood, New Jersey, they announced 107,000 people. And then they say, well, look at this. I mean, if you gave me a big arena, we would have said 45,000 people or something. But it is rather brilliant. But they say, yes, you rambled. But in Afghanistan, so what happens is you take the wonderful families, and they come in, and we're in Washington. They said, would it be possible, sir, would it be at all possible for you to come because we're celebrating our child's life? The child was buried because of Joe Biden, Harris. Would it be at all possible, sir, for you to be there? And I said, yeah, it's going to be real tough. I was really like far away, and sometimes it's tough. But I said, you know what, we have to do it. And I got my team and I said, let's go. We're going to Arlington Cemetery. Okay? I said, we're going to Arlington. Because again, I got to know these people. Because honestly, they would send me death certificates of their child. They said, sir, would you sign it? Please sign it. We refuse to accept his name on this death certificate. They said he killed our child, and honestly, the incompetence killed their children. The incompetence, gross. And by the way, they lost almost 500 people that day, including the other side. They left Americans behind. They're still there. Nobody knows even what happened to them. Think of this. They left $85 billion worth of brand new military equipment that I bought because I rebuilt the entire military. $85 billion worth of equipment behind. They left everything and they moved the military first. Instead of last, you say, you stupid people, you take the military out last. For 18 months, and a lot of you know this, for 18 months, not one American, after I spoke to Abdul, the leader of the Taliban, not one person was shot. We didn't lose one person for 18 months. In fact, Joe Biden got up on television one day and he said, for 18 months, not one person was shot during the Trump administration. Then the people started screaming at him, you stupid, don't say that. You know, you are so stupid, they tell him. But I appreciated that he said that. But it's true. For 18 months, nobody was lost, and nobody would have been lost, and we were getting out. I had it down to 5,000 people. But we were going to keep Bagram, which is the big air base, one of the biggest in the world, had the biggest runways, most powerful runways, 8 foot deep. You could land anything on those runways. Not because of Afghanistan. We're keeping Bagram for a different reason. 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, right? So I got a call from the people. Sir, we're going to be going to Arlington to honor our children who were killed, and they are devastated, the people. I had them over at Bedminster, and they didn't think I'd see them. And they said, do you think we'll see him? And they said, well, we don't know. He'll try and make it. I ended up spending 4 hours late at night listening to music with all of the relatives of the people that were killed, so needlessly killed. And I got to know them. And we were looking at the sky, beautiful place. So we're looking at the sky, and we're listening to Elvis, and we're listening to Elton John, we're listening to everybody. And I said, look, your son is looking down at you. And the whole thing was beautiful. And you get to know them. They didn't think I'd see them, but at most I would spend 15 minutes. And I ended up spending many hours. So I got to know them. So they called up and they said, do you think you could be there, sir? I said, I'll try if I can. And we really had to turn things around. Anyway, I got there. And we had a ceremony. We had the changing of the guard. No, we had a beautiful ceremony. And then they said, sir, could you come to the graves? Could you come to the graves? After the ceremony, they said, could you come to the graves? Would that be possible? I said, I will. But I got like this big stadium, something was waiting. I said, but I'm going to, because those people are the love of our lives. They are the love of our lives, right? And in all fairness, I can say there's the mother's, father's, sisters, the brother, but the various people that we're talking about, depending on who it is, but the various people, they say it to me, I'll say it to you. I mean, I don't think they can ever be the same. I said, is it better now? Because it's 3 years, is it better? No, it's not better. You know, they have an expression, time heals all wounds. But I said, is that expression true? No, sir. Maybe it's worse now, sir. It's devastating. These people are just so devastated. So anyway, we're there, and they said a prayer, different graves, one here, one there. And they said to me, I mean, I'm not surprised. I never even thought about it. Sir, would it be possible for you to have a picture with us by the tombstone of my son? You know, the beautiful white tombstones, marble, beautiful, beautiful things, and carved, engraved with the names on them. I said, absolutely. I wasn't doing it I don't need publicity. I get a lot of publicity. I would like to get a lot less publicity. I would pay to get, I'm the only guy who would hire a public relations agent to get less publicity. Most hire to get publicity. So I was taking pictures at the grave, one with the sister, and then the mother, and then the father come in, and then another group at a different grave. And it was so beautiful, and we left, and everything was nice. And then later on that day, I heard that we were using the graves of those soldiers for public relations purposes, you know? And that was all put out by the White House. Joe Biden killed those young people because he was incompetent. And then they tell me that I used their graves for public relations services, and I didn't. And I'll tell you what, it was a disgrace. And she was involved. Remember, she said she was the last person in the room, right, when they made the decision. And pulling out was okay, but not pulling out like a bunch of incompetent fools. And that's what they did. We had them in such a great position. But when I took those pictures, it was so beautiful. They were crying. Everybody was crying. They were talking about 3 years ago, because of a grossly incompetent group of generals, and we have great generals. Don't forget, we defeated ISIS entirely with great generals, real generals, not these television morons that you see all the time. But when I saw that, I said, I think I have to talk about it. Now, my people said, don't do it, sir. Don't do it. But if I don't tell you the story, you're going to read. It was front page of the Washington Post, which has lost approximately 57% of their readers over the last 3 years. It was a story in the New York Times, which is losing reader after reader. I'm happy about that. I have to be happy because they truly are the enemy of the people. They are the enemy of the people. They tell false stories about me. That's all they do is they write false stories. They're incapable. I could do the greatest thing. I got to tell you, I ran for office, and they were covering it viciously. But it was front page every day. And then I won. I beat everybody. And I had a story on page 17. So I won, David, and my story was on page 17. But I was always at page 1 when I made a little speech or something. That's why they call it the fake news media. It's desperately trying to hide Kamala's failures and extremism from the public. They don't want the people to know how unfit she is to serve. She's unfit to serve. Everything she touches, she ruins. Just to finish this, I love those people. I'm so happy they took pictures of me and them and the tombstone and their lovely son or daughter. There was a daughter too, and an incredible daughter, frankly. I've almost gotten to know them, even though I never met them, but I know everything about them. The mother would walk up and say, "Sir, may I tell you about my boy? You know, he was a football player, and he could throw the ball so far. He played quarterback, sir. And one day," and I realized that she's telling me a story and crying about her son who's now in a grave because of Biden and Kamala. And I listened to that whole story, how the ball was caught, how the ball was thrown, how the team did, the season the team had, and I let her talk. And then these people accused me of doing this for public relations reasons. And the fact that we even got there, so I just want to, and they were so good. They said, "How dare they do that?" We asked him, they did ask me. And you know, they actually came to my defense. It's nice, because sometimes that doesn't happen too. But they really did. They said, "We asked him to be here, and we want him to be there always." And I just think that's great. And we love you all. Thank you. But I wrote for this particular group, you know, because this is, you know, she's anti-fracking, she's anti-everything, this Pennsylvania. And I said, do me a favor, make a little reel of Kamala Harris has no right being here. She got no votes. She ran. She was one of 22 people that ran. She was the first one to quit. She never made it to Iowa in the primaries, the first state. She was nasty to Biden. She called him a racist and everything else. You know, she'll probably call me a racist in a week from now, week and a half. I look forward to that debate very much. But she called him a racist. Remember the school bus? All she can do, she can memorize a little bit, not a lot, but she memorized a little story about a girl taking a bus. And she used it on Biden. And so when Biden picked her, I was shocked, because nobody treated him so badly as her. But let's take a look at the real Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing and take it seriously. As President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a green new deal. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance.
Let's eliminate all of that.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
You know, the food pyramid. What people
Yes. Yes.
to reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets.
Harris asserted that ICE is perceived as the modern-day Ku Klux Klan.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me? I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
And yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing.
But that's her. And now she's changed everything. In fact, I think she is going to soon apply for, give me an application for joining MAGA. She's going to be wearing a MAGA cap. Now, that's her, and she can't do anything about it, because that's where she is. Or with a politician, when they come out with something, that's where they end up, and she will destroy the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just remember that. And we should win a blowout. We should blow them out. You know, we win the state, we win the whole thing. And we won it in 2016, and we did much better in 2020. You know that, much better. With the whole election. Actually, in 2016, we did great, but 2020, we did much better, generally. Since Kamala and the media don't want to talk about her radical record, we will. Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's all right. That's okay. No, he's on our side. We get a little itchy, David, don't we? No, he's on our side. You know what he's showing? At Butler, an amazing thing happened. You had two American flags, very far apart, held up, I think, by different cranes. They were very big flags, beautiful flags, and they were waving. And as that horrible event was taking place, the wind blew the flags together, and they formed a perfect angel. I don't know if we have it, but it was a perfect angel was formed. I'll tell you, a lot of things happened. If we have it, put it up. If we don't have it, that's all right. That's it. That's it. That's it. He had the angel. He held up the angel, and our people went after him. No, he's on our side. He's on our side. Thank you very much. It's very nice. I've never seen banners so beautiful, right? No, he's on our side. I mean, the problem is if he was on our side, you know, we can have 35, 40,000 people trying to get in. And if one person stands up and says, I don't like you, Trump, it becomes a headline. Major problems, right? No, but he is on our side. Thank you very much. That's nice. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris has overseen a nation-wrecking border division, flooding our communities with 20 or 21 million, and it could be much more than that. And don't listen to 15 and 16. You're way gone. Those days are gone. 20 million illegal aliens from 158 different countries as of now. Is there anywhere that's more fun to be than a Trump rally? Right? There's nowhere. There's nowhere. It's nice Friday. You know what? And we have plenty of time. Friday afternoon. Steve is here. David's here. All my friends are here. We have the best son in the world here. But all my friends are here, and let's just take our time and have a good time, right? Or should I hurry it up? Should we give you the short version or the longer version? Harris lost. Listen to these numbers, though. Seriously, if this were a Republican, they'd be stringing them up. Now listen to this number, because you have to understand what it means. 325,000 children have been lost. They've been allowed to be trafficked all across our borders. She flew in illegal aliens by the hundreds of thousands, and many of these were young children. But we have no idea where, think of the number, 325,000 children are missing. Many are dead. Many are involved in sex operations. Many are working as slaves in different parts of probably this country and probably many others. But she was the border czar. Now she says, I wasn't the border czar. but it was headlines, borders are, but now she doesn't want that term. But whether she was a border czar or not, she was in charge of the border. 325,000 children are missing. She created a fast pass entry program to speed the admission of illegals into all of our ports of entry. And remember when they said, no, we're gonna, now they have a new line. We created a strong border. No. They keep saying it over and over. The worst border in history. But they think if they keep saying it over and over, most people aren't like us. They're not that, they drive a cab. They're carpenters, they're electricians, they're accountants, they're lawyers. They're not like into it other than they like Trump. They like our policies, because it's not about me. This is not about me. I had a nice life. You can ask my friend. I had the greatest life. I could go to the most beautiful places, look at the most beautiful oceans in the world. Instead, here we are, and I'm happy as hell to be with you because I like it much better. I like this much better. I like it much better. You know why? Because we're doing something. We're saving our country. I wouldn't do it just because I like it. We're saving our country. Our country needs saving. We're a failing nation, in case you have any question. We're a sadly failing nation, and we're going to make America great again. It's very simple. So we're a failing nation. We're going to make America great again. And I think we have a chance to make America greater than ever before. And remember this, if we don't do it this time, you're never going to have another crack at it. November 5th is the single most important day in the history of our country. I believe that with all my heart, because our country's going bad. And Kamala vowed to grant, remember, mass amnesty and citizenship to all of the millions of illegals that she let in, which will obliterate Medicare and obliterate your Social Security for seniors. You will not have any Social Security, and you're not going to have Medicare. The whole country is going bad. And no country, no matter who it was, no matter which country it was, no country could withstand this onslaught. No country could withstand this. And a lot of these people, remember, these are rough people. The only thing good about it is they make our gangs and they make our bad ones look like nice people by comparison. We have bad ones too, but compared to the people that are coming into our country, our criminals are very, very nice. These are really tough ones. They come from prisons. Remember that. Many of them come from prisons, and they let them out of the prisons. Why should they keep them when the stupid United States will take care of their situation? Remember that. And this is what you're voting on. By the way, at the end of September, much before November 5th, I always use the term November 5th, but I'm talking about, because today we vote 2 months early. We vote after early. Nobody knows what the hell we're doing. The elections are so screwed up. We have to get back in, and we have to change it all. We want to go to paper ballots. We want to go to same-day voting. We want to go to citizenship papers, and we want to go to voter ID. It's very simple. We want to get rid of mail-in voting. Mail-in voting. Jimmy Carter headed up a commission. By the way, the happiest man in the United States today is Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter. My wife went to the funeral of Rosalind, beautiful funeral, like 8 months ago. And I looked at Jimmy. Jimmy's old, but he's happy. You know why? Because his administration is considered brilliant compared to this administration. Brilliant. He's a happy man. But Kamala called for the abolishing of ICE. Great patriots, tough as hell. Some of my friends are sitting right here. They're some of the toughest human beings I've ever met. They're not tough enough to be in ICE. They won't do it. These guys, they see a pack of MS-13 thugs that love knives. They love cutting people up, better than guns because it's more painful. They killed 2 young girls in Long Island not so long ago. 16 years old, they were walking to school. They cut them up into pieces. They cut them up into pieces. They will go into a pack of MS-13 killers, our ICE guys, And for 2 minutes, you see nothing but fists and legs and fighting. A lot of the people, like these young ladies from North Carolina, they're not into that. I don't know. I think they don't want to hear about that. They don't like to hear about people being cut up. They don't like to hear about MS-13. Have you ever seen MS-13? Typically, when you have tic-tac-toe boards on your forehead, it's not a good thing, right? They would go into these places and they would start fighting, and at the end of 2-3 minutes, it's over, and they would stand up and they'd take these thugs into paddy wagons and they'd bring them the hell out of our country and they'll get them out. And the problem we had, as you probably heard, was that the countries wouldn't take them back. Honduras, all of these, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, but they wouldn't take them back. They wouldn't take them back at all. And when I came into office, I said, we got to get these MS-13 killers. We had thousands of them in our country. They were set out by the countries where they came from, mostly those countries I just named. And a general told me, sir, we can't do that. They won't take them back. I said, why? Because Obama tried very hard to take them back. Barack Hussein Obama. Has anybody ever heard of Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. Rush, the great Rush Limbaugh, right? We miss Rush. We miss him. But they wouldn't take him back, and the general said, sir, they won't take him back. They put planes on the runway when we're about to fly in. They'll take their commercial jets, put them on the runway so he couldn't land. They'd stop up all the buses, so they'd bring them there, and they'd have to turn around, couldn't get them in. This is for years. I said, General, how much money do we pay them in aid every year? Sir, I'll find out. So he comes in to find. So we give them $750 million a year. By the way, it sounds like a lot. That's peanuts compared to what we give them, but it's still a lot of money. Sir, we give them $750 million. Okay, you let them know that effective immediately, they're no longer getting any foreign aid. They're no longer getting any help. No more help. So the time went by, and I came into the office the following morning, nice and early, which I do. And what happened was very amazing. All three countries, these three countries called me, the heads of the countries. Sir, there seems to be a problem. What? Is there anything I can help you with? I heard you're very disturbed about us. Yeah, you're sending over in the caravans your thugs, your killers, and your MS-13 gang members, and you're not letting them come back into your country, and we're bringing them back. If we have to do, I don't give a crap what we have to do, we're bringing them back. Sure, please, sir. We would be delighted to take MS-13 back. They're wonderful individuals. I said, does that mean you're taking them back? Well, sir, I understand you're no longer making payment to us. I said, that's right, and you'll never see that money again. You better open up. Sir, we would be delighted to take them back. All you had to do is ask. 10 minutes later, I get a call from another, the exact same conversation. Could have put it on tape, it would have been identical. Sir, is there a problem? Yeah, you're not taking your criminals back that you sent into our country. We would be delighted to do so. And we took out MS-13 by the thousands and thousands and thousands. And now they're probably all coming back through this weak and pathetic administration that we have. Kamala has provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens. Immunity meaning you can't get them out. Living inside the United States, she's importing MS-13 gang members back into our country. Nothing's going to happen good with MS-13 gang members. And they're going into our high schools, and they're going to class in the high schools, and they're accosting our kids. They're rough kids. These are rough ones. We are being conquered in a certain way from within. If you think about it, like in Colorado today, Aurora, they're taking over the city. They're taking over. They're going in with these massive guns, AK-47s and others, AR-15s, have you ever heard of that one? But they're going in and they're taking over our cities. You watch what's going to happen. We have hundreds of thousands of these people in certain of our cities. And if you think they're going to behave, they're not going to behave. These are rough people. These people came from rough places. And they're just sort of getting acclimated now, right? They're getting acclimated. And now they're finding out, gee, we're not allowed to, the police aren't allowed to talk rough to you, or the police gets arrested. I mean, if the police people do their job, they end up losing their pension, they end up losing their families, they end up losing their house, their car. And they're learning this, these guys. And wait till you see what's going to happen. But it's already been happening. They've killed many, many people in our country. I was at the border last week, and I was with the parents and other family members of some of the young kids that got killed, viciously, violently killed by illegal immigrants coming into our country. We can't have this. It's just our country. It's not sustainable. Our country's going to fail. These people are stupid people that are running our country. They don't have any common sense. They believe in an ideology. And if you look at Kamala and you look at what she's done to every
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Thank you so much. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. I see you, SW. I see you, Dylan. I see you, Brian. I see you, Drew. I see you, Wow. I see you, Man Flips. I see you, Nicholas. I see you, Amanda Leby. I see you, Rihanna, Dirty, Longo, Ash, Kathy, Figa. Andrea, the moderator. God bless you, Andrea. God bless everybody watching the live show. Key Lime, you know what time it is. Man Flips. Shout out to Man Flips. Trevor, Alicia. God bless you guys. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. We're watching Trump at the Pennsylvania rally. This was today, and I'm guessing, or I think I am sure, this was where he was almost assassinated the last time. So hopefully nothing happens to him before the end of this speech. God bless you guys one more time. Let's get it.
Have to say it. Every place she's touched, you might have heard this. Franklin Graham is wonderful. And he wrote me a letter and he said, "Sir, I love your stories and I love listening to your rallies, but could you please don't use foul language? Your speeches would be even better if you didn't use foul language." But there's an example. It's not really that bad a word, but how can you top that word for what I'm talking about, right? What word? Every place she touches wouldn't be nice. That would be a thud. It would land with a thud. No. And Franklin's probably right. I'm not sure I agree with him, but he's a great guy, actually. But he did say that to me. He said, please don't. And so I try and avoid it. My wife also, she says, please don't use foul language. But it's hard. There's some words that can't be duplicated. They can't. I try, but it can't be duplicated. Comrade Kamala launched a radical left war on Pennsylvania energy that will destroy the economy of your state. On Kamala's first day in office, she shut down the Keystone Pipeline, which I approved. She shut down drilling on all federal land. She re-entered the disastrous Paris Climate Accord. Do you know what that was? That was the worst deal, other than it sounds so nice, the Paris Climate. It basically said that this country is screwed. It said this country is going to pay billions and billions of dollars. Other countries are going to pay nothing. China, as an example, pays nothing because they consider it a developing nation. We're not. We better start developing fast or we're not going to have a country left. So I terminated it. We pay billions of dollars. Russia pays nothing. China pays nothing. India pays nothing. And they won't pay for years, but we pay because we're a bunch of suckers. And I terminated it. And one of the early things that Harris did, because she's the one that pushed it, is they renewed it for even more money than they were paying before. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. You'd almost think they hate our country. Kamala Harris surrendered our energy independence, spent hundreds of billions of dollars on the Green New Scam. She's trying to take away gas stoves and heaters. She's vowed repeatedly that we will ban fracking. We will always ban fracking. She just said it today. I saw it. They have a clip from like 2 years ago. She said, no, I'm in favor of fracking, like last week. Oh, no, I'm in favor. Then they start playing clips. We will always ban fracking. There will never be fracking. The people of Pennsylvania are smart. They're not going to fall for it. She will destroy. If you don't have fracking, you don't have a commonwealth. She also imposed a crippling natural gas export ban on Pennsylvania oil and gas, another catastrophe for your state. And this is all stuff that she's done. And I want to call up, I'm flying in with some friends on a very nice plane. It has a very nice television. And I'm watching RSBN, and I'm watching Fox, and I'm watching a lot of them. RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful. It's like it's the Super Bowl every time we do a rally, right? They do a great job. Thank you, RSBN. Where are you back there, RSBN? Thank you. Wow, what a job. What a job you do. But we were watching, actually, RSBN, and there was a man there named Mark Caskey, the founder of Steel Nation, and he made the greatest speech. And it wasn't necessarily a Winston Churchill type speech, because Winston didn't wear a pith helmet, and Winston's hair wasn't quite as long as Mark's hair. And Winston was brought up in the Oxford tradition, but it was actually just as good. He actually gave me ideas. I thought I was the one that was exposing how bad it's going to be in Pennsylvania and our country if we stop doing the fossil fuel thing. Because, in Germany they stopped, and the country was ready to go down the tubes. Now they're building a coal plant a week. A coal plant a week. And Angela is no longer with us. She's no longer with us. But where is Mark Caskey? Is he still around? Oh, look at him right here. Oh, he's probably shocked. I don't know who the hell he is, but you gave the greatest speech. Would you come up? Can I shake your hand? Man, you are something, Mark. Thank you very much. Hey, Mark. You want to say something? Come on, say something. Come here. He can say a little bit more, right?
Winston Churchill, I'm not. I was born and raised in Carolina and Pittsburgh as an adult, and I've been a Yinzer for a long time, President. The war on energy and by the left, and it's not just here, it's worldwide. What's happening in Europe right now is a shame. To even think about EVs here in America when the technology's not there. We would have to cover 2/3 of America with solar panels to power this great country of ours. We have the Marcellus Shale right below our feet in West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, but New York's not bright enough to take advantage of it. That Cuomo family kind of shut that down a while ago, President. We were on stage with President Trump in 2019 at the convention center in Pittsburgh. We're going to have better results this year, but the people behind me, let's stick together, all the oil and gas and coal workers, nuclear workers, power plant workers. Let's put Mr. Trump, President Trump, over the line.
I'm watching Mark, and, he's talking about all the things that happened when they shut down everything. They then closed up Keystone XL. People forget. I had it approved. I approved it. It wasn't going to happen. Billions of dollars had been spent. I approved it. They came in, they shut it down. The only one they didn't shut down was the Russian pipeline going through Europe, right? Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2, Mark, until I came along, right? Russia was building the biggest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and various other countries in Europe. Countries that we defend against Russia. Think of this. So we defend them against Russia with NATO. We pay billions and billions, far more than we're supposed to be paying, because they had a lot of people that were delinquent. But after I got finished, they paid, They all paid. They said, would you defend us if we don't pay? I said, no. They all paid. Took about... Obama used to come in, make a speech and leave. Bush came in, made a speech and left. And remember this. Under Bush, Putin took a lot of land. Under Obama, Putin took a lot of land. Under Biden, he's trying to take all of the land. Under Trump, he took nothing. Right, Mark? He took nothing. But Mark said, and I said, write this down. Mark, do you have a copy of that speech, please? It's much easier. Just give me a copy. But no, he named like 6 things that happened immediately. But one of them was so big because the Keystone XL pipeline was a big deal, and that was going to bring a lot of oil in, and it was going to go. And pipelines underground is safer than trucks, I guess, right? And a lot more efficient. It was a big deal, and I approved it. And this guy came in and he immediately dropped it. But you know what? He did approve Nord Stream. Now I shut down Nord Stream. Russia was upset with me. Putin said, if you're supposed to be my friend, I'd hate like hell to see you as my enemy. I closed the biggest deal they've ever done. It was shut. And then this guy came in who's got a low IQ, very, very low. Now he's got maybe no IQ. You have to check it out. And he immediately, the first thing he did was approve the Nord Stream pipeline. And then they'd say, Mr. Congressman, oh, look who we have. Byron, stand up, please. Superstar of the future. He's already a superstar, but he's a superstar of the future. Byron Donalds, Florida. Wow, that's nice to have you here. That's good. He's great. He's great. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good. But we have a group of people that are really great. So I stopped Nord Stream 2, stopped it cold, wasn't going to happen. This guy comes in, he approves it. Then they say, oh, Trump was nice to Russia. I wasn't nice to Russia. But you know what? Getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing. Remember that. Getting along with these people is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a smart thing to do. I got along with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Remember, I walked over, the first person to ever walk over from this country, and we also looked at his nuclear capability. It's very substantial. Getting along is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. The fake news would say, he likes Putin or Putin likes him. Let me tell you, they said, President Xi likes Trump. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. But we were tough with China, too. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxes and tariffs. No other president took in 10 cents. When we win on day one, I will tell Pennsylvania to drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And a man named Mark Levin. Does anybody know Mark Levin? He's great. But he said something to me. He said, he loves this country so much. His show is fantastic. And I do an interview with him this weekend, so I hope you're going to watch. But he's very smart, very tough, but he really loves the country, and he hates what he sees happening. But he sent me something. He said, if you'd like, you can read this at your rally today, and if you like it, you can use it anytime you want. And I think I'm going to do it because it's not very long, and we have plenty of time, and it's only about 100 degrees in here. It's actually not that bad. But Mark is a great man, and he's a great patriot, and he writes, here's what we know about Comrade Kamala Harris. She just doesn't care about the American people. especially hardworking middle-class Americans. She just doesn't give a damn about you. She does not care about the deaths, sex slavery, drugs, criminals coming across our border. She has been vice president for nearly 4 years, and she did nothing to stop it. All she does is complain. She says it's not her job, but it is her job. She does not care about the middle class struggling over inflation, the cost of gasoline, electricity, or the cost of food. She does not care if you lose your job or cannot find a job. She does not care if you have to run up your credit card. She does not care if your family, or she did absolutely nothing to fix it. She's the vice president, but she just does not care. She does not care about women's rights because she supported destroying women's sports and athletic scholarships. She wants men to play in women's sports. She does not care about protecting little children from sex change operations because she chose Tampon Tim as a running mate who believes the state, not mothers and fathers, should have the final say on sex change operations for their children. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe that? Kamala Harris wants to outlaw your car and truck and force you to buy electric vehicles, whether you like them or not, whether you can afford it or not, and they don't go far. She does not care how it impacts you or your family. Kamala Harris does not care about senior citizens because she believes illegal aliens should receive Social Security and Medicare, which she knows will bankrupt those insurance programs, making it impossible for you to receive your pension and health care, which you paid for your entire working life. That's true. She wants to destroy your private health care, even if you like it, even if your employer contributes to it. And she wants Washington, D.C. to make your medical decisions. She wants Washington to decide what procedures and medicines and care you should receive. Whether or not you like it is not important. Kamala Harris had nearly 4 years to show us who she is. She is an uncaring politician with a radical ideology. She is a Marxist. Despite her campaign of lies and flip-flops, we know who Kamala Harris is. We know by her actions and we know by her inaction. We know she does not care about working people, about the middle class, about any of our great American citizens. She does not respect you. Ask the families of the 13 service member heroes who died during the surrender of Afghanistan if Kamala Harris cares about our young people. Just ask them that question. Does she care about our military? The answer is no. Ask the cops in the street trying to protect you from murderers, rapists, and thugs if Kamala Harris cares about law-abiding citizens. Ask the families of women raped and murdered by illegal aliens and the teenagers cut to shreds by gangs from El Salvador and Venezuela if Kamala Harris cares about you. Harris has opposed school choice for poor inner city kids. She's opposed police in schools to protect your children. And she's defended stocking school library shelves with filthy graphic books. She refused to prosecute pedophiles who molested your children. When she was DA and AG in California, 2 places she absolutely destroyed. Does this sound like someone who cares about children? Kamala Harris has failed you. She has failed as vice president. She has broken trust with you. She has done nothing for the middle class, working families. She's done nothing even for hardworking people. Your eyes don't lie. You see it. We all see it. She's sitting as the vice president of the United States, and yet nobody knows who the hell she is. She does not give a damn about you. This is the real Kamala Harris, and now she wants a promotion. Well, I'm here to give her a demotion, not a promotion. And she can lie all the way through, and with her surrogates and the corrupt media. But the truth is coming out. Right now, it's already coming out much faster than I thought. The American people are smart. They will not be manipulated by Hollywood, the fake news media, and all of the advertising. And you deserve a president who respects you, talks to you, who levels with you, and who always has your best interests at heart. This November, we are going to tell Harris that we've had enough, that we can't take it anymore. You've done a terrible job. Kamala, you're fired. Get out, get out. Thank you very much. We're pleased to be joined today by some warriors. We want warriors. That's what we need. And they're friends of mine, and they fought by my side, and we've done so many things. Right to try. We all know what right to try is. You're terminally ill, and you weren't able to get our space-age great medicines, cures. And we got the right to get it done. They tried for 50 years to try and get it done. They never got it done. We got it done. We got it done with the help of these people. And so many other things that we did, rebuilding our military, building the wall. We built hundreds of miles of wall. These people are great people, and some of the best of them are representing the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Representatives Dan Muser. Dan, thank you. What a job he does. Handsome devil, too. He's a handsome devil. Thank you, Dan. Guy Ressenshaler. Guy Ressenshaler. What? That's the toughest name in all of show business. Thank you, Guy. That's a great job. Lloyd Smucker. Lloyd, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lloyd. John Joyce. I saw him take the jacket off. That was quite a scene. That was quite a scene. Byron Donalds from Florida, who you met, the winner and a star. And a man who, right from the beginning, was with me. He's a tough guy, too. He used to sit outside. It was like 10 degrees below zero, and he wouldn't wear even an undershirt. And he's not that pretty to look at, I'll be honest. But he's a tough cookie. And the people of the state, of the Commonwealth, they really love him. He's a fantastic American, fights like hell for everything that's good. Congressman Mike Kelly. Right? How's that? Good job for you? Thanks, Mike. Good job, Mike. And today he's wearing a shirt. I don't want to see him without a shirt. Ambassador Carla Sands, who did a fantastic job a little while ago, and she was a great ambassador. Thank you, Carla. Beautiful job today. The mayor of Slippery Rock, John David Longo. John, thank you. Thank you, John. Great job. And the man who's going to defeat your terrible Senator Bob Casey. Bob Casey, by the way, just say, look, I don't want to spend. Nobody knows who the hell he is. His father was there a long time. He's there a long time. They're tough to beat. You know, I was telling them that they are tough to beat. But this guy's a hero. He's a star. He was a brilliant student. Everything he ever did, he went to Wall Street. He became like one of the biggest people. And I know I just see it. Some of these guys, they've been there for years and years, and I'm not knocking them. They're survivors. What they are is survivors more than anything else. But this guy is an outstanding person. This guy is not a survivor. He's somebody that can really turn the country around and somebody that we need. And maybe I'd like to have him come up and say a few words. Dave McCormick, please. Come on up, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are so proud to have you in the Keystone State This is ground zero where you're going to go back to the White House based on what happens here in Pennsylvania. Right here, ground zero. And Mr. President, I'm so optimistic that you are going to win in Pennsylvania. You're going to win the presidency for two reasons. Number one, when I'm going across our great Commonwealth, the thing people say they want is common sense leadership, the kind of common sense leadership you showed when you were president. But the second thing they say they want, and I tell them, I say, listen, I was there with Mike Kelly and Dan Muser in Butler. I saw you get shot. I saw you come up, and I saw strength when you said, fight, fight, fight. Thank you, Mr. President. We're glad to have you with us here today.
He was there, by the way. He had just left the stage, actually. That was good timing. That was good timing. Just left the stage, right? I said, say hello to Dave. And then it began, a horrible thing. Also with us are Bob and Sherry Kepka. Where's Bob? I got to see Bob. Where is he? Where the hell is Bob? My golfing buddy. Bob Kepka. So he's the son of two great golfers, and they're both phenomenal people. One is Brooks. He's one of the best in the world. He just won last week. That is oh, look at him. He's shooting me as I'm talking. You can't do that. You're supposed to be standing up listening to every word. He's shooting it. I can't believe. Okay, so, hey, Brooks, your father's doing a great job. Your family is the greatest. But Brooks is one of the greatest players in the world. He's got 5 majors already as a young man. 5 majors, that's Hall of Fame all the way, right, Steve? And I'll tell you, he gets it from somewhere. He gets it from that guy, because that guy can play. We play each other, but Trump can play too. We play each other, we have a good time, right? We have to say hello to the family, you two boys, everybody, okay? Thank you. Thank you both. Sherry, thank you. Great guy, great family. And 2 amazing Puerto Rican musical legends. They're legends, Justin Quiles and Anuel. Do you know who they are? Do you know who the hell they are? Come up here, just fast, fellas, come on. Because I don't know if these people know who the hell you are. But it's good for the Puerto Rican vote. Every Puerto Rican is going to vote for Trump right now. We'll take. Hi, fellas.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. For me, it's a real blessing to be here. I'm from Puerto Rico. We are a big part of United States. We really depend on the United States. Since Trump hasn't been around, Puerto Rico's, it's not a secret. We've been going through a lot as a country. And Biden always promised. A lot of politicians always promise through the years, but all of us know, the world knows, everybody's experienced it. The best president the world has seen, this country has ever seen. His name is President Trump. Thank you for having me here. To all my Puerto Ricans, let's stay united. Let's vote for Trump. I personally spoke with him. He wants to help Puerto Rico grow and succeed as a country. So let's stand out tall and united. And we all want to remember that. He wants to keep helping Latinos in the U.S. Let's do things the right way, and let's keep growing. Let's keep growing as a family, and let's make America great again. God bless y'all.
I'll also say a few words here. Mr. President, I'm beyond honored being here with you today. Mr. President, above all, I like you because I always say this, you're not a puppet. I love that about you. Yeah, I really do. I back you because I feel you're the most honest president we ever had. That's true. Saying things how they are, not what you think people want to hear. And that's very important. A lot of Latinos, we stand strong next to President Trump. A lot of Latinos, we love you as well. Thank you for sharing with us back there how important building back Puerto Rico is. And not only building up Puerto Rico, but let's make America great again. Let's go.
Wow, that's great. That's really nice. Great honor, fellas. Very talented guys, too. Just one final, a friend of mine who's been a friend for a long time, one of the most successful people in New York and Florida and all around. Wherever he goes, he's successful. He never fails. He really doesn't. He's very extraordinary. Mr. Steve Witkoff. He's right here. Steve, stand up. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Got one of the great families, too. One of the great, great families. One of his boys is looking down right now, very proud of Dad, right? Looking down, you have brothers, he's looking down saying, I'm so proud of my dad. But Steve is just extraordinary. So thank you, Steve, for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. It's going to happen. We're going to get it done fast. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion into our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. We will halt the invasion and deport the illegals. She will let in the next 15 million people, and if they won in 4 years, we will have had over 100 million people from all over the world enter our country, and many of them likewise will be from prisons, mental institutions, gang members, criminals. We're not going to do it. She will destroy this country. She's worse than Biden, because Biden wasn't a real believer in the radical left. She is. That's all she knew. That's what her father taught her, a Marxist professor. That's what he taught her. We will defeat inflation very quickly, and we will make America affordable again. People cannot afford to live here. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. I already brought it to #1. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Look what happened. We're going to be energy dominant very soon. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, and we will use it to reduce taxes and energy costs for our people. We will also start paying down debt very substantially. In 12 months, we will cut your energy bills in half. We will cut them in half. And that includes heating, air conditioning, electricity, and gasoline. I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower very quickly. We were ready to do that. We had the most successful country economically in the history of the world, and we'll get it back very fast. We will no longer allow foreign countries to take our jobs and steal our wealth. In Mexico, they're building massive automobile factories that the UAW head doesn't know. The people know. That's why the people are for me within the UAW, United Auto Workers. But they're building massive plants. They're owned by China. They think they're going to make cars, sell them into the United States. No, they're not. I will put a 200% tariff on every single car, and no car will be coming to the United States. We will make our own products, and by far less from foreign countries that we are buying right now, other countries that make us pay a tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax or tariff when they send their product into the United States. It'll be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. So if China or any other country charges us a 100% or 200% tariff or tax, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tariff or tax in return. I will end the electric vehicle mandate. I will cut every job-killing regulation of the Harris-Biden administration. I cut more regulations than any president in history by far, and I gave you the largest tax cuts of any president in history by far, and make our auto manufacturing business stronger than ever before. We're going to bring in tremendous numbers of factories. They're going to all be brought in because it's going to be too expensive for people to make them outside. They're going to all come back. We're going to bring it back. We've lost 72% of our automobile manufacturing business over the last 30 years. It's going to come back. When I'm back in the White House, we will pass large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So if you're a restaurant worker, a bartender, hospitality worker, a caddy, a barber, driver, or anyone else who relies on tip income, your tips will be yours. You know, they've given you inflation. They've taken all your money away. And you know, she heard this, and 2-3 months later, she said, there will be no tax on tips. How original. That's why we talk about the American dream. She heard that the other day. So she'll start talking soon about she's going to bring back the American. She doesn't know what the American dream is. I will fight for and protect your Social Security and Medicare with no cuts whatsoever. And we will have no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. No more tax. Yesterday, I made a major new announcement. If I'm elected this November, for the first time ever, your government will pay for or require insurance companies to pay for all costs associated with IVF fertility treatment. We want more babies to be born in America. We want more babies. We need them. We need them. We will cut wasteful and unnecessary spending, and we will terminate the Green New Deal and spend that money on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt, not fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation with no benefit whatsoever to our country. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will restore peace through strength very quickly. We will end the weaponization of government against the American people. We will protect religious liberty, and we will end the war on Christmas is back. Remember? 8 years ago, I said there's a war on Christmas. They were afraid to say Merry Christmas, and we had it won, but now how much can it take? But we will stop that very quickly. Just don't buy. Anybody doesn't say Merry Christmas, you don't buy, and that'll be back very, very quickly. When I return to the White House, I will also stop the indoctrination of your children and protect your parents' rights. We're going to protect parents' rights. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. In Washington, D.C., you leave the Commonwealth, you want to go see the Washington Monument, and you end up getting stabbed. You look at dirty roads with bad barricades, with graffiti all over the marble. It's going to be cleaned up real fast. We're going to take it over. We're going to run it properly. And we're going to have tough law enforcement. People aren't going to be shot in Washington, D.C. anymore. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. It's fading. We're not going to let that. That would be like losing a world war. You can't let that happen. Then we would be a third world nation. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe. We will unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield all around our country. Other countries have it. Why shouldn't we? We're going to all make it right here in Pennsylvania and other places. We're going to make a lot of it right here in Pennsylvania, from what I hear. But Israel has it. It worked. 300 rockets shot. 299 got shot down. One got pretty seriously hit. But if you think about it, it's amazing technology. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but the technology wasn't there. But now the technology is there. We're going to have it built. We're going to have that dome built right over us. We're going to have a beautiful, safe country. One way or the other, we're going to keep it safe. We're going to keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we're going to keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, a Marxist, and we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. We have to stop it. And I think a lot of things are happening. Look, people are seeing who she is. All you had to do is watch yesterday. Give me a break. That's not a president. That's not a president. That's not a president. And we can't let that person destroy our country. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get the hell out to vote, okay? Front row Joe. Right? Because we want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. And go to swampthevoteusa.com. Swampthevoteusa.com. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Having Kid Rock sometimes.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Thank you guys so much for watching the live show. I also have one more for you guys. Let's go see. One more. All right, here we go. This is Trump. Trump attended the Moms for Liberty event. I want us to analyze that, talk about it. However, what I think about the rally in Pennsylvania is absolutely amazing. He did it. It did what it was supposed to do. It talked about the policies. Of course, like we all know, Trump goes back and forth. He goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But that's what he does, okay? That's what he does. That's what he does. Okay. Now let's watch Moms for Liberty event that President Trump attended. Let's hear what he has to say. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get it.
I love you here, President Trump. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. And it's an honor to be here. It's a nice group. We just left Pennsylvania. We had a big rally and a big speech. And I said, okay, that's it for the day, right? No, sir, you're going to D.C. now. Congratulations. So it's when I heard exactly the group, I knew it anyway. But when they reminded me this was it, this is so important. The job you've done is incredible, really. And it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Mr. President, we just want to say how thankful we are that you're doing okay. What a scary day that was in Pennsylvania, and you are looking great, and we're so happy that you were able to join us. You and I were talking a little bit backstage, and you were sharing with me a lot of the concerns you have about the border and what you're seeing happen with illegal immigrants across the United States. And I thought I'd give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about that to start off.
Sure, because you're talking about moms and you're talking about family, such a big factor for you, just about everything. And when you look at what's happening in our country, this is so tough. You know, it's one thing you don't drill oil or you don't do something that you can do with a new.
This is something you have to understand. This man, this is his second gig today. He is 78 years old. Oh my God. This man is extremely healthy. This is for sure. I don't know what kind of medications he uses, I guess. I don't want to say anything that would, I guess spark up YouTube algorithm or whatever, but he is in absolutely good shape for the fact that he is 78 years old. He's healthy. He's doing 2 rallies in one day. This is absolutely amazing. This is amazing, man. And this is how you know he is fit to lead the country. Okay? Let's get it.
New group coming in, but millions and millions of people, 21 million people, I think the real number is. That you hear 13, 14, 15, like that's not a big number, but it is, but 21 million people. And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are coming out of the roughest countries in the world, and they're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from South America. You know, everyone thinks they're coming from like Guatemala, El Salvador. They're coming from Mexico. They're coming from everywhere. I was speaking to the Border Patrol. They said in the last 12 months, 159 different countries were represented by people having come in illegally. And that's some number. But these are tough people. They're coming out of the jails. They're coming out of the mental institutions. They're coming out of prisons. And they're coming, I mean, they're just coming out of, there's a difference between a prison and jail. It's subtle. But I say that they come out of mental institutions and insane asylums. There's a difference there also. And they're coming into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen. And I've been saying for 2 years that this has got to stop. I've been saying for longer than that, but for 2.5, 3 years, I said this has to stop. And now it's catching up with us. And you see what's going on in Colorado. I don't know if anybody got to see Aurora. I mean, they're taking over the city. They're taking over apartment complexes. These are young, very tough people. These are tough. They make our criminals look nice. That's the only thing good about them. Our criminals are like nice people by comparison. And if you saw the Colorado thing, and this is happening all over, just not Colorado, but the Colorado thing caught the imagination because there were many of them with the biggest weapons that you've ever seen. And these came from Venezuela, which is emptying out all of its criminals. You know, Venezuela crime is down like 72%. Because they're bringing all of their criminals from Caracas and everywhere else. They're bringing them to the beautiful USA. Thank you very much, Venezuela. We appreciate it. And we're allowing it to happen because we have open borders. And again, this is happening with every continent. We have Africa well represented, coming out from the Congo. 22 people came in recently from the Congo. Where do you come from? We come from prison. What did you do to get into prison? We will not tell you. Bad stuff. And we have them here. No intention of bringing them back. None whatsoever. And they're all over the country. But now what they're doing, you know, if you think 21 million, so if you say a certain large percentage of them are bad, because when you empty out your prisons and you empty out your mental institutions, it's a lot of people. It's bigger than most armies are in our country, if you add them up totally. So we had 159 countries, let's say, but we have massive numbers of people. And what happened in Aurora today is incredible because they basically have just taken over a swath in the building, and the people are petrified. The people living in the building, they're leaving. And when they tell the police about it, I mean, the police, you know, they don't need AK-47s. That's a very powerful weapon. I learned a lot about weapons over the last 6 weeks, I will tell you. There's a big difference between different weapons. But they're coming in with very powerful weapons. And the police, you know, you have a few policemen that are saying, wait a minute, we're totally outnumbered. Plus they have guns that are, you know, many times the power of what we carry. We don't carry rifles and machine guns and things like they're wielding around pretty freely and know how to use them. And this is affecting our schools because we want to talk about schools. And they're taking over schools. We have MS-13 gangs They're the toughest gangs, they say, in the world, probably are. I got them out by the thousands. I took them out by the thousands. Obama couldn't get them out because the country wouldn't allow them to come back in. They were putting airplanes, big airplanes on the runway so you couldn't land the planes. They'd have to come back to the United States loaded up with these same people that they were supposed to take out. And I got them to take them by stopping aid, $750 million to different countries. And I won't go through this too much, but basically I said, how much money do we pay to Guatemala and to a few other countries? And the number was $750 million, which is a lot, but it's not that much. We give so much money away, it's so crazy. To countries that hate us. By the way, we give a lot of money away every year to Afghanistan. Billions and billions of dollars. And I think that Harris and Biden, I always start now by Harris, a Marxist. She's a Marxist, by the way. People are finding that out. But she's a total Marxist. Her father's a Marxist. He's a Marxist professor. He teaches, I guess, the economy from a Marxist perspective, and he taught her well. But when you look at what was happening, you couldn't get the people out. And when I said, you're going to get these people out of here, the general came to me, sir, they won't take them back. Who won't take them back? The countries from where they came. And they would put airplanes on the runway. They block up the bus routes. They block up everything. So we'd bring them back, and you couldn't bring them back, Tiffany. So it's such a horrible thing. And I said, how much aid do we pay them, sir? We pay them $750 million combined. I say, that's a lot of money. That's a lot. Well, tell them we're not paying them anymore. It's effective immediately. Yes, sir. And they told them that. And the following morning, I come into the beautiful Oval Office, that Resolute desk, which is so beautiful. You know, now Biden goes around using that. He didn't even know the name of the Resolute desk. Now he tells us, I sit behind the Resolute desk. He doesn't even know what the hell it is, this guy. That's a beauty. Boy, I tell you, did they do a coup on him? Anyway, so I said, tell him that's not happening. So the following morning, I get to the office and I get a call from 3 countries, let's not use names, and all very smart leaders. I'd be doing the same thing if I were them, to tell you the truth. I'd say, empty out my prisons, dump them into the United States. Don't ever let them back. And I would be doing it every bit as much as them. I don't blame them if they can get away with it, but they shouldn't be able to get away with it. So I said, you're not going to get the money. They call me up. They say, sir, I understand. And I know all 3 of them. I know all of them. I know all the leaders. They're all at the top of their game. And we have a bunch of deadweights, okay? We are being taken advantage of as a country so much. I've never seen anything like it. So they said, essentially the same conversation. Sir, good morning, sir. I understand there's a problem, sir. You have to understand, this has gone on for 10 years. They wouldn't take their people back. They wouldn't take MS-13 back. They dumped them in our country, wouldn't take them back. I said, well, you know, you're sending them up in the caravans and other ways, and you're not taking them back. You're never getting any more money from the United States. Sir, we would like to take them back. We would love to have MS-13 back with us. We think they're such wonderful people. Anyway, they made it very easy for us to get them back, and we took them back by the thousands, and we took also a lot of others back. And then these clowns took over the country, and everything closed up. And by the way, they're paying them now $4 billion, I understand. Can you believe it? And they don't take them back. It's just so sad to see what happens. They're paying much more money than I was talking about. They raised it. They actually felt it was good to pay them more. They said, why? They said, economic development. It's not economic development. It's the development of a dictator. Because they keep the money. They're not doing any economic development. We have the dumbest people in history running our country. Okay? The dumbest in history. And we have to get these people. So we brought it back at all. But what's happening to our country is being poisoned. And your schools and your children are suffering greatly because they're going into the classrooms, they're taking the seats, and they don't even speak English. It's crazy. And we have our people that aren't
going into a classroom. We have students that were there last year. They're not allowed into the school this year. They're not allowed. It's crazy. We have our veterans sleeping on the streets, and we have illegal immigrants coming into our country living in luxury hotels above where the veterans are. It's so reverse of what it should be.
So I know you love New York City. I'm from New York originally. My dad grew up in Brooklyn in Flatbush. Yeah, New York. But like many other cities in America right now, it's a city in decline. You were in New York when Mayor Giuliani really did great reforms.
Right. He was such a great mayor. And, he also fought for a lot of things that he should. Hey, he was right about the laptop from hell. He was the one that came out. Rudy was right. Rudy was right about a lot of things. They have a hat. Trump was right about everything. Well, Rudy was right about a hell of a lot. He was right. He was the first one to see the laptop, I guess. And he revealed what was on there, and everyone hit him hard. He's actually a very brave guy, but he was a great mayor, and he took over the city when it was in really bad shape and very dangerous, and he made it the safest big city in the country, and made it beyond that. It was a vibrant city. And now it's got tremendous problems. And in all fairness, look, you have hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants here. How do you do it? You can't run it. I read where they're spending billions of dollars. I thought New York had no money, and yet they're spending billions of dollars of money, and it's not given by the federal government. So how are they doing this? The city is suffering, and they're all suffering. No city can take in, when you think that 21 million people came into our country. That's bigger than New York. 21 million people came into our country. No country can take that. Nobody can withstand that. It's going to bring us down. And in addition to that, many of these people are hard criminals. And we have to get them out. And we're going to have deportation at the highest level we've ever had. As a higher level, the highest deportation was a pretty moderate guy, but Dwight Eisenhower, he hated that our country was being swamped. And Dwight D. Eisenhower, president of the United States, a good president, good general. He won because he's a general. And, generals, by the way, I don't know, a little statistic. So of the presidents, 92% were politicians, and 8%, before me, 8% were generals. And then I came along. And I don't think any rich guy will ever do it. They're looking at Trump, they're saying, I don't know. They all wanted to do it. They said, if Trump can do it, I can do it, I can do it. But they see what you have to go through. They're saying, maybe I won't give it a shot.
So let's talk a little bit about family, because we really feel at Moms for Liberty that family and parental rights are under attack in America. Yeah. All of America got to meet your granddaughter Kai at the Republican National Convention. It's very obvious that you love being a father and a grandfather. So I'd love to know why you choose and continue to choose to work with your children in business and politics. And do you have any advice for people with working with your kids?
Well, I've always liked it. I don't know that I'll be doing it very much politically, because I think it's been very unfair to them. Like, Ivanka was she could have done anything. Great student, great, beautiful girl, beautiful everything. She was a perfect person, worked hard. She gave up. Do you remember the Ivanka line and all?
I loved those shoes. Please tell your daughter. She made great shoes.
She was making so much money with that thing. I was saying, what the hell is going on? It was so hot. And then I ran for politics. And the truth is, she wanted to come. She pretty much gave it up. It was really good. Great shoes, great everything. Very stylish, and a lot of people still talk about it. But she gave it up because she wanted to go, and she didn't want something like the United Nations secretary. I wanted her to do that. I said, you would be a great ambassador to the United Nations secretary. There'd be nobody to compete with her. I tell you, she may be my daughter, but nobody could have competed with her rat-tat-tat, the whole deal she's got. And she said, Daddy, I don't want to do that. I just want to help people get jobs. And she would go around, not a glamorous job, but she felt so good about it. She would go around to see Walmart, to see Exxon, to see all these big companies, to hire people. And she had hired like millions of people during the course of her stay. And I mean, always there was nothing ever good. It was just very tough. I think if she were a Democrat, it would have been, it's much easier to be a Democrat, let me put it that way.
Apparently you don't have to take any interviews.
That's right. You don't have to do anything. We saw that the other night. And you won't see too many more interviews. And I have a debate coming up with this one. And she didn't want to debate. She didn't want to debate. They were not happy about it, but they got the network that they wanted. This network is the worst of all. George Slopadopoulos, you know who he is. But they are the worst in terms of that. So they wanted the network. And, you know, it was like with Biden. They came to me, they wanted to do a debate. I said, isn't it a little bit early? Like, you know, we just started. Do you want to do it now? Yes, yes. And they thought that if they said it was going to be Dana Bash, who last night was extremely easy. There was no like, why aren't you doing this? Or why did you say 1,000 times that there'll be no fracking in Pennsylvania, and then all of a sudden say, oh, we'll have fracking?
It felt like a multiple choice quiz. She would give her like several answers that she could have given.
No, they were feeding it to her. I was surprised, actually. I mean, I was surprised she didn't do a lot of interviews, but she's not good at it, I guess. And they knew that. They knew something that we didn't know. I think she would have been better off if she just did interviews, even if they weren't great. It would have been better than, because now everyone's watching, and now we see she's defective. She's a defective person. And we don't need another defective person as president of the United States. We just had that.
I've heard you talk about your mom in interviews before. She was obviously a very strong woman. Was she hard on you with school? Tell us about your mom a little bit.
No, she wasn't. She was great. I had a great mother, great father, very different people. My mother came from Scotland, and she came over to this country. Are there people from Scotland? You know, actually, that's hidden. Do you know that some of the biggest, smartest, most brilliant leaders in business come from Scotland, and nobody knows it? Or at least, you know, their parents came from Scotland. But Scotland did very well in this country. I'll tell you, it's very, like, we have people, and I know that one group, they're a very successful group. Now, she came from Scotland, great place, and she came over just for the summer, and she was 19, I guess. And she met my father, and they had a very long marriage. I said, I'll never top you on that, Pop. You know, you always want to be a little bit better than your father if you can, a little more. And my father loved that. You know, some fathers don't like it. When you have a father that doesn't want his son to be a success, well, you got a problem with a father. But there are plenty of them. I've seen plenty of them. They make it actually hard for the son. But no, I had the opposite. I had a father that loved what was happening. But they met. They fell in love, they got married, and they were married for 6.5 decades.
Wow.
A long time. I said, Pop, I'm not going to be able to beat you with that. But anyway, and they had just a great marriage, very different people, but they had a great marriage, very, very strong marriage.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about The Apprentice.
Okay.
We talk a lot at Moms for Liberty that we're in the middle of a cultural revolution in America. People like to be dismissive and say it's a culture war, but truly the culture is being changed. I look at you as a president and perhaps our next president, hopefully our next president. That's right. And you are a cultural icon. So you had The Apprentice. It ran for, am I right, is it 14 seasons?
14 seasons, 12 years, yeah. We had actually one season where it was on for 3 times during the season. That means they liked it. But it was basically 12 years and 14 seasons, yeah.
How do you think you kept the audience that long?
Well, it just worked. I mean, we had... Mark Burnett is great, a producer. He did Survivor, and he came to me, and they...
This is very smart. What they're trying to do with Trump, I can assure you guys that Tulsi Gabbard has a lot to do with this new branding of Trump, which is do town halls, talk to the people, talk about your parent, talk about your kids, your grandkids, talk about your background. This is what Trump wasn't doing before. People thought it was like a robot, it was like a machine. Now he is connecting with the people. This is absolutely smart. Shout out to Trump's team, and I'm absolutely sure Tulsi Gabbard is part of it. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
He rented the Woolman Rink. He wanted to rent it for the finale of Survivor. So it'd have like this jungle setting facing New York City, right in the middle of Central Park. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. And he invited me. I didn't know him, but he was a young producer. He was the producer of the Survivor. And he was hot because Survivor was a very successful show on CBS. And I went there. I said, wow, this is great. I rented him the rink, so I wanted to see it also. But he invited me. I went there, watched the show. And he said, I really invited you because I have a concept of a show. And it's sort of Survivor with the asphalt jungle aspect of it, right? The Apprentice. And he told me, and I said, wow, that's interesting. He said, I'll only use you. There's nobody else I want to do it. If you don't do it, I'm not going to do it. So I thought about it, and I had an agent from a very big agency, and he said, don't do it. You don't do it. There's never been a business show in history that's been successful. Business shows are not successful in prime time. There's never been, I guess, a business show successful. I said, well, this isn't really a business show. This is sort of a different kind of a show than a business show. It's got a little business to it, but really it's more than a business show. He said, don't do it. He was a very respected guy, actually. He was a good guy, but he told me not to do it, don't do it. And then I made the deal with ABC, and the deal was done. And then Eisner, you remember Eisner, a previous guy a while ago, he's heard about the deal, and he broke the deal. He said, I can make a better deal than that, so let's make a better deal. And I got angry about it, and so did Mark Burnett. And everybody wanted us. They wanted us. So we got a call from Jeff Zucker, of all people, from, at the time, from NBC. Then he was heading up NBC, and they were having a real drought. They hadn't had a top 10 show in a long time, and they were not doing well. And I'll never forget, we walked into his office. He took the key out of the door and threw it under the chair in Rockefeller Center. He locked the door. He said, you're locked in. We're not going to leave the room until we have a deal. So we made a deal, and ABC was not happy about it. Actually, the man from ABC that made the deal with us, the top person, I think like the president, he quit over this. And he quit. He said, we made a deal with these people, and he was second guessed by Eisner. And he actually quit. And there was a lot of anger about it, but we made a deal with NBC instead of ABC. We did have the original deal with ABC. Anyway, it goes on television, and the first week it was like at number 10, which is very, very hard. And by the way, the agent told me, you've got to break the deal. You're going to be embarrassed because you're going to have a total failure, and you're going to be embarrassed. So it goes on, it opens at 10, which is amazing. And NBC was happy because now they have a top 10 show. And then it went through various things like number 8, number 7. It got progressively better. And it finished up as the #1 show on television. I'm sitting there. Can you believe this? And I mean, you remember, it was just the hottest.
I watched The Apprentice. We love the show, yeah.
The finale actually of that season had 42.5 million. It was second to the Super Bowl. It was always the Academy Awards, and we beat the Academy Awards. Since then, the Academy Awards has gone to hell. It's incredible. You know why? Because all they do is, political stuff. They've destroyed it. But, so it finished up, and #1, and I'll never forget, and I enjoyed it. I said, I have the #1 show, and I didn't even have an agent. And so I get a call from the agent. I'll never forget, 6 o'clock in the morning, he called me. He says, I want to congratulate you. Show's #1. I said, yeah, it is. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. He said, could I come over and see you? I said, why? He said, so we could work out a fee. I said, you told me not to do it. There's no way I'm paying you a commission. You told me not. They wanted to get a commission. I said, there's no way. I said, if it was up to you, I would have never done it. I have the #1 show. You said I couldn't make it. So these are little things. But it was successful for years. It just did well. And then around the 13th, actually the 12th season, they put me into a poll with a real stiff named Mitt Romney, total stiff. This guy's bad news. He's worse than a rhino. And and he was running, and they just put me into a poll. I think it was NBC, and I was watching Meet the Press, actually, and with Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd. Did you ever hear of him? He's a sleepy guy, isn't he? Sleepy Eyes, another beauty. So they put me into a poll, and in the poll, I go to #1. I'm rated #1. Romney's a distant second or third. And I was in various polls, and I kept saying, I'm always like rated #1. And I wanted to get out, but I couldn't get out of the contract because I had an apprentice. Plus, I had 2 buildings that I was finishing. I wanted to get them finished. Not good when you don't finish them. Rely on somebody else you don't want to do. But I said, maybe if I have a chance, I'll do it the next time. And I did it the next time I ran. And we had 17 people. It was a rather violent series of debates, if you remember, right? Rosie O'Donnell, only Rosie O'Donnell. That was a tough one. Only Rosie O'Donnell. You've said this and that. I won't use the terms. You've called women this and that and that. And a lot of it was show business related. I said, only Rosie O'Donnell. And the place went crazy. And the second question I got was Bret Baier. He said, this was a Fox one. And he said, please raise your hand if you will not support the winner of the group of 17 people, whoever wins the nomination. So I raised my hand. I was the only one. I said, I can't say for sure I'm going to support. I don't like certain other people. I don't know them. A couple of them I do. Do you remember that? Those were my first 2 questions. Only Rosie O'Donnell, and I raised my hand. And I said that. I was honest, and the place went crazy. So actually, they were 2 of the more interesting. They were the first 2 questions I had. I went through a lot of debates. I went through like 14, 15 debates then. Then we had the debate with crooked Hillary Clinton. Remember that one?
Oh, that
was pretty good.
Who doesn't remember that debate?
That was a pretty good one. Crooked Hillary, she was a crooked one. And we had, what? So politics has been very interesting. It never stops, right? Then we had the debate last time with Sleepy Joe Biden.
Yeah.
How did he do? He was sharp as a tack.
I would just like to say, I thought you handled yourself so beautifully in that interview. I have to be honest.
Thank you.
But for many Americans who have watched as their family members have aged and have experienced dementia, it was difficult to watch President Trump. I think there were a lot of parents that were watching with their children, and there was a moment when he had a very hard time collecting his thoughts, and I just thought that you handled it with such grace. So thank you for that.
Well, I was a little surprised, and I was surprised by a lot of things. So I came on the stage and I looked, and I looked at him just for a brief moment because I really didn't look at him. I didn't want to look at him. I was angry at him because I think he's done a horrible job for the country. I think he's been the worst president we've ever had, and that includes the worst vice president. She's been rated the worst vice president, and don't forget, she was last in terms of getting the job. She competed for his job, and I think they had 22 people or something, and she was the first one to quit. She bombed, and she quit, and then all of a sudden she's now running. And from my standpoint, I spent $100 million fighting Joe Biden. And even during the convention, we're only talking about Biden, and then we're not fighting him anymore. We're fighting somebody else. He got 14 million votes. I'm not saying he should have gone on, but I think it seems unfair because a lot of people did a lot better than him. Like you had a person that came in second and third and fourth, and Bernie Sanders actually essentially came in second place, I guess, right? And so you say, why aren't you doing a Democratic process. So, I'll give them some of their stuff. They are a threat to democracy. They say
that's right.
They are a threat to democracy. She was the nastiest person to him. Remember, she called him a racist. Yes. The bus. You remember the story of the bus? Yes. Fake story probably. Well, she also said, I worked at McDonald's. It turned out she didn't work at McDonald's. Anybody see that? After an exhaustive study that took about 20 minutes, they found out she never worked there. So, there's a lot of fake stuff going on. But we don't need that for a president. And our country can't stand it. We are really in trouble. We're a failing nation, whether you like it or not. And I'm sure you don't like it. But we are a very sick nation. We're a failing nation. And on top of it, we have millions of people in here that we can't have them if they were great, but you're not going to have people where they're emptying the doors to jails and emptying the doors to mental institutions where seriously sick people are coming into our country. And no country can stand this. There's no country can stand it. So I was not happy with him because, I only did it because I want to help the country. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. Some of you know, I see some of you in here, you've known me for a long time, long before politics. I had a nice life. But even running again, if I thought he was good and I thought he was doing a good job, I would have been happy. But he's not. He's doing a horrible job. And he's been absent for a long time. If you go back 25 years, he wasn't the brightest bulb in the ceiling, I can tell you that. And he was not doing a job. And I've told this, and I mean it. I would have been happy if he were a great president, and I wouldn't have run. I also wouldn't have run if I didn't think I won the election. I think we won that election by so much. If I thought I lost that election, I absolutely wouldn't have run because I would have lost the election. But I think we did phenomenally. Honestly, we got millions of more votes than we did in the first election. We did great in the first one. We won. And I was told we got 63 million votes in the first election. I was told if we get 63 million votes, same number, there's no way we can be defeated. I got 10 or 12 million votes more than that, more than anybody had ever got. We got the most votes of anybody, of any sitting president in history. And he beat us by a whisker. And it was a terrible thing. They used COVID to cheat. And it was a terrible thing. And then I watched, and I thought it was very, very sad because of, the election it brought great division to the country. But I watched, and I saw how bad things were. I saw the border, the open border and everything. I found out about the open border when we built hundreds of miles, and then we had a little bit more that I was going to add because there were certain areas that you needed it. And we had everything fabricated, very expensive wall. Those walls are expensive. They're steel, concrete, and rebar. And they have a lot of wiring in them for all sorts of security equipment. But it's very expensive stuff. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. They have anti-climb bars and everything on them. So we did them. It could have been erected in 3 weeks. And they kept saying, we're not going to do it. And then I realized they weren't going to do it. And they sold much of that wall for 5 cents on the dollar. So, that's when I realized they actually want open borders. Because you say to yourself, who would want open borders? Who would want men playing in women's sports? Just think of this stuff. No, but who would want that? All the things.
Kamala Harris, apparently.
Yeah. No, she wants it. You talk about like cars. I'm a big fan of Elon. Elon gave me tremendous endorsement. It's good, isn't it? He's going to have to send a rocket up to get those people out of there. That's crazy. He's great. I said, when are you sending a rocket up? Well, Elon is a very different kind of a guy. As he thinks, he talks. Whereas a lot of people, they want the words to be perfect and all. And they think less and talk more, right? With Elon, it's like, well, I'm doing a new stainless steel hub that can get us around the engines much quicker because there's a problem with the type of engine going into space nowadays. And I'm hearing but in the end, I think we can have a good hookup because of the new foils that are coming up. And I'm hearing everything that's going through his mind. But he's a super genius guy.
Oh, I loved that conversation that you had on Twitter. I listened to the whole thing. I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
I think we're going to do another one, too. They had a number, like I heard 750 million. They had a number that was so crazy and large. And we had a good time. We talked for 2.5 hours. And, it was the number one ever. There's never been anything like it in terms of people listening or watching or whatever. But he's a great guy. But I said to him, the one thing is that, and I'm a huge fan of his electric car. I think it's incredible, his car. I think what he does. And I'm a big fan of electric, but they don't go far. And they are expensive. And China does have the material. We have gasoline, more gasoline than anybody else has. I call it liquid gold. We have liquid gold. But, and electric absolutely has a place. You have electric, but you have to have gasoline-powered cars and hybrid-powered cars, and maybe hydrogen is going to be next, who knows? But, the things that they're proposing. It's interesting. I mentioned men playing in women's sports. So the Olympics, we watched the Olympics, right? And did you see the boxing situation, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
So you had this beautiful champion Italian female boxer, and she was supposed to be very good against women. And I was watching it for some reason. I find it very interesting. And she was fighting a person that transitioned. And I wouldn't want to fight this person, but transitioned and met certain qualifications.
So can we talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
Because Elon, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk recently did an interview with Jordan Peterson, and he talked about the fact that one of his children has decided that they're transgender. He talked about the woke mind virus. When you look at Tim Walz, who is now Kamala Harris's running partner, he has made his state a sanctuary city, sir, which means that a sanctuary state, for children, that they can go there and have gender surgeries paid for by the government. And so I just ask you, there's been an explosion in the number of children who identify as transgender, and children are being taught that they were born in the wrong body. It's an incredibly abusive message to send. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that you might be able to do as president.
Well, you can do everything. President has such power. It does. It has such power. For instance, you can close the border. You don't need a bill. They keep saying, well, just give us a bill. It's just they had the worst bill I've ever seen. It was a disaster. And they wouldn't have signed it anyway, because they do want open borders. They want to have open borders. They want to have all sorts of things that almost nobody in this room wants, who I think 85-90% of the country doesn't want if they actually
I absolutely agree with you.
But the transgender thing is incredible. Think of it. Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation. The school decides what's going to happen with your child. And many of these childs, 15 years later, say, what the hell happened? Who did this to me? They say, who did this to me? It's incredible. Just to finish that boxing, so the Italian girl is, and the left is not a hard punch for those of you not into pugilistic affairs. But a left is just sort of a guarding punch, right? So she's fighting this person that transgendered, and the guy, boom, hits her with the left. It was like she got hit by a horse. And then she backed up, and it was weird. She sort of and then he hits her with another left, and she said, that's enough, I can't take that. He ended up winning the gold medal. And there was another one who also transgendered, and he or she ended up also winning the gold medal. Tiffany said it, I didn't. See, I'm a politician. I have to be politically correct.
I'm a mom. I have to protect my kids.
No, but think of it. So the two people, the transgender, it's the whole thing is crazy. Have you seen the swimming records lately?
Oh, my goodness.
How about the weightlifting records? That's one of the best. You know, a record that was like for 18 years, they'd put a quarter of an ounce on one side, quarter of an ounce, a little bit on one, a little bit, and thing held for 18 years. This guy walks along, what did he beat the record by? 115 pounds. It's crazy. The volleyball, where a championship volleyball player is playing against a team, and one or two of the people had transitioned, and the ball was hit so hard into the head of the other girl on the other side that she was knocked out, had a concussion, and she said, she was a championship player, like an All-American player. She said, I played volleyball all my life. I've never seen a ball travel at that speed. It's crazy. And even with all of that, they won't change. And you know what? Everyone's afraid to talk about it.
Not
even
me.
the people, not Tiffany. Not Tiffany.
We're going to fight to keep our girls safe, President Trump. We're going to fight to make sure that our girls have privacy and safety in their bathrooms, and that they have. Kristi Noem, I think, said it best. She said, "We will not allow mediocre men to beat extraordinary women."
Yeah. That's right. It's also very demeaning to women. I don't know how they get away with it. But the Olympics was the best thing that I've seen, because you really see when these boxers came out, it was so ridiculous. And they just go through it like nothing. And why should women have to, swimming too, why should women have to compete? Now, it was sort of hard to get in. I don't know how these two people got in, but they got in, because in some cases, they weren't allowed in, so they have a crazy standard going on. But it's so demeaning to women, and women are working so hard to make a team or to make a record. And these records that are being set now by people that transitioned will not be broken.
That's right.
Maybe 1,000 years from now by a woman, I don't know. But they're not going to be broken by a woman. It's a very sad thing. And Kamala is totally in favor. Now, she's gone away from everything. She's called the greatest flip-flopper in history. She loves fracking now. She said, there will never be fracking. We will never frack. And everything that she said would do, she's now doing it. There's like 12 or 14 things. There's never been anything like this. And in one way, it makes you very dishonest, because I could see somebody throughout history, people have gone into one or two areas where there's a difference. You like something, and then all of a sudden but almost every single thing. In fact, we're seriously thinking about sending her tomorrow a MAGA hat, because she loves everything we're doing. So we're going to send her a nice, bright red, Make America Great Again hat.
You should do that. I loved when J.D. Vance said that he thought maybe she might come out at the debate with a blue suit and a red tie on.
That's right. That could happen. It's crazy.
So, President Trump, our moms are busy women, and they have families and busy lives, right? And many of them never thought that they would get involved in politics and run. Did you ever think about running for office at other times in your lives? And then just some advice, because you come under fire a lot. Our moms are standing for things that often the media attacks them on. We'd love to get some advice from you about running for office.
Yeah, so I would say don't do it.
No, run for office. We want you to run for office.
I do say this, though. It is nastier to run as a Republican. It is. Now, I'm the ultimate, they suffer from a thing called TDS. Do you know what that is? Yes. TDS, it's a horrible, horrible terminal disease. It destroys the mind. It destroys the mind before the body, but the body eventually goes. TDS is Trump derangement syndrome. They have it at levels. They can't even stand their life. They can't stand anything. And, part of the reason is I won an election which everybody said couldn't be won. Couldn't be won for a lot of reasons. Number one, he had never done it before. It's not that easy to be a politician. You have to have something. And we won. And we really did a great job. You know, we rebuilt the military. We gave the largest tax cuts ever, the largest regulation cuts. In terms of health, we did something that was amazing. We had right to try. You know, we have the greatest scientists in the world, greatest doctors in the world, greatest laboratories in the world, better than anybody else, much better than China. China's very good, but much better. Acknowledged. And we have things to fight off diseases that will not be approved for another 5 or 6 years, that people that are very sick, terminally ill, should be able to use. But there was no mechanism for doing it. And I got everybody into a room. The insurance companies didn't want to allow it because they're terminally ill. They don't want to do it because then they'll get sued for somebody.
Oh, did I pause it? I am sorry. I didn't mean to pause it. Oh,
dying, even though they're terminally ill. The states didn't want it. The government didn't want it. The federal government. Most of all, the doctors and the labs didn't want it because they didn't want to say that we're going to try and make somebody better. They didn't get better, and now everyone's going to say whatever it is doesn't work. And I got them all into a room, everybody, and I said, here's what we're doing. You're going to sign these documents. Nobody's going to have liability. If somebody wants to come, because, you know, they'd fly to Asia, they'd fly to Europe, if most of them didn't have money, they'd go home and they'd die. It was a hopeless situation. But if they had money, they'd go to Asia, they'd go to Europe. We have much better technology. And what happened is I got everybody in a room. I said, listen, there's not going to be any liability. People are going to sign a document that they're not going to sue the country, they're not going to sue the state, they're not going to sue the doctors or the medical platforms. They're not going to sue anybody. They just want the drug. And we have saved thousands and thousands of lives. It's amazing. It actually worked out differently. The drug companies now are liking it to a certain extent because it's the ultimate test. Somebody's terminally ill, and all of a sudden they get better, and it's happening with thousands. And I got that done. They've been trying for 60 years to get it done, and we got it done. They don't have to fly away. And it's really had the reverse. People were finding cures to things that when a terminally ill person, a person that's almost ready to die, goes in and starts taking something, and now all of a sudden that person gets better. It's an amazing thing, and we save thousands of lives. So we've done a lot of things, a lot of things.
We'll talk about parental rights if we could for a little bit. We're a parental rights organization. And we saw Terry McAuliffe lose his bid for governor in Virginia. Remember that?
Yeah. I actually do remember that.
And he said famously that he didn't think that parents should be making decisions about what their children were learning in school. And we believe that every parent has a fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children, right? And that includes their education. So what do you plan to do at the federal level to help us to protect parental rights and education freedom like school choice?
Okay, so I like to say that we're the party of common sense. I mean, we're conservative and all of that. Walls are common sense, right? All of the things we're talking about, no men and women sports, no gender operation. I mean, these operations, it's crazy. You know, I don't know if you know, Europe has gone totally away from it now.
Yes, sir.
We're way behind them. They don't do it anymore. And this is just horrible. But who could even believe this is happening? So think of it. You have these parents that end up in fistfights at school meetings, and the parents mean well. They end up getting arrested, put in prison. I've seen things, especially Loudoun County, right? Loudoun County, it's a hotbed. Anybody from Loudoun? You know, I have the property. I have the big, great golf course there, right on the. I offered. You had the head of one of your groups that was very impressive to me. And I said, anytime you want to use my land along the Potomac River, right under the American flag, I mean, I have sort of an unlimited capacity there. It's a lot of acres, and it's miles along the Potomac. It's truly beautiful, but I'm for parental rights all the way. I don't even understand the concept of not being.
Thank you.
No, but when you see some of the things...
Neither do we.
When you see some of the things, that's another, why would somebody want to have an open war? When you see some of the things that they want people to do in these school boards, and they become like dictatorships, and the parents are screaming for the life of their child, a lot having to do with transgender, a lot having to do with a lot of other things. You've got to give the parents truly love the kids, okay? Some of these people on the boards, I think they don't like the kids very much, what they're doing. So you have to give the rights back to the parents. And I can't imagine it. Well, okay, this administration has been the opposite. This administration, it's like the FBI goes after the people. That like it's some kind of an insurrection. It's
yes, sir.
Crazy.
They called us domestic terrorists, President Trump,
for
speaking out at school board meetings.
Well, we'll change that on the first day, I promise you that. No, can you believe it? You are not a domestic terrorist or a terrorist. We do have terrorists coming in, and they're coming in by the thousands, but you're not one, Tiffany.
Thank you very much.
We'll get that changed. And the president can do that very easily. But you just wonder, where's the mindset to take the parents' rights? I see those meetings, and it does seem like Loudon has a lot. Loudon is the ultimate example of it. It's so vocal. But tell the people in Loudoun County, if you would like to be on the Potomac River, beautiful, having a picnic and talking about taking your rights back, where you're allowed to say, could my son study a little bit of arithmetic instead of something else?
Could we teach the kids to read?
That's correct.
That's right.
Yeah, let's teach them how to read, please. So, let them know that, though. That would be my honor.
I absolutely will, and thank you for that. We appreciate the support.
Thank you.
So, Tina Deskovich, the co-founder of Moms for Liberty, and I, we do a lot of interviews, and there's a lot of international interest, specifically Japan. We get asked for a lot of interviews, and we were talking with a reporter, and we said, why is there so much interest in Moms for Liberty in Japan? And he said, we are watching America's light dim. And we're very concerned, and we want to know what you're doing about it, and you guys are doing something. And so I feel like America is slipping back from the freedom and liberty and the beacon of light that we've been. So how will you take us forward?
We're a nation in decline. We are. And it's because of the people that we have leading our nation. We are a nation. I say this, and I said it a little bit in 2016, and I meant it. We had a bad border, but it was like unbelievably good compared to what we have now. I mean, we had a bad border, but it was a regular bad border. This is a border the likes of which there's never been anything like it. This is a horrible, many people are killed coming up in the caravans. It's rough stuff. You go through snake country, you go through, it's just these what happens. And by the way, remember I said rape when I first came? Yes. Well, rape is massive percentages of women are being raped and just beat to hell coming up in the caravans. It's, I say this, this is a very sophisticated audience. Mothers give their girls big bottles of birth control pills because they know bad things are happening to their daughters coming up. And we're allowing it to happen. We're telling them, come up, we're going to give you education, we're going to give you this. We're getting them to come up. If you say the border is closed, and it is closed, people aren't going to even come up. Those journeys up, when you talk about death, many people are dying, especially women. Many people are dying on the trips up. They're being mutilated, and it is a nasty. And when I first came, I said, I used the word rape. I remember I got great marks for the speech when I first announced I was running. I remember that in the lobby of Trump Tower. And 2 days later, I think the Times called, did you say rape? I got great marks. They said it was a great speech. And then they said, did he say rape? And I said, yeah, I said rape. That's what's happening. Tremendous levels. And after that, it was like, that's when it all began. And it was like incredible what they said. Well, what I said is nothing compared to what the fact is. It is a horrible thing. Those caravans are mean. And, you have people, 10 to 20, 25,000 people coming up in these massive caravans. And there's tremendous death and injury and problems that nobody would even believe. And we're causing this. But I did mention that word, and now everyone's saying, Trump was right. Trump was right. But you have to go through hell, and you have to say it. And, I respect you so much because you speak up. Like you said, no, we're all for that, right? Very few people would say what Tiffany said a couple of moments ago about something that was a little bit controversial, that shouldn't be controversial at all. But they just wouldn't do it. So when you said that, I said, that's refreshing to hear.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for taking the time to meet with so many of the victims' families of crime that we've seen. Lake and Riley's family, for example. I'm just going to ask, what is that experience like for you, meeting with the parents of children who are being killed by illegal immigrants?
It's terrible. They're being killed by illegal aliens. There's no correct term, because any term you use, they criticize you. Shouldn't use the word alien. You shouldn't use the word migrant. They want to take all the words away so that you can't talk about the subject anymore.
That's exactly right.
But Laken was this beautiful young woman who was savagely beaten and killed by
Oh, shoot. What is going on? I didn't touch it, I promise you guys. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch that. It stopped. Okay, let me see if I can fix it. Let's see if I can fix it. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let me see if I can fix it real fast.
Shouldn't be controversial at all, but they just wouldn't do it. So when you said that, I said, that's refreshing to hear.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for taking the time to meet with so many of the victims' families of crime that we've seen. Lake and Riley's family, for example. I'm just going to ask, what is that experience like for you, meeting with the parents of children who are being killed by illegal immigrants?
It's terrible. They're being killed by illegal aliens. There's no correct term, because any term you use, they criticize you. Shouldn't use the word alien. You shouldn't use the word migrant. They want to take all the words away so that you can't talk about the subject anymore.
That's exactly right.
But Laken was this beautiful young woman who was savagely beaten and killed by a migrant. But there are many of them. I can tell you the parents will never be the same. I was at the border 3 days ago with 3 people, 2 where their child was killed, and 1 where she was badly injured. Beautiful woman. She was badly hurt. They stole her car. She tried to stop them, and they ran her over, and this and that. She was, thought she was going to be dead, but she had a terrible fracture of the head. And I had a case that was very interesting. The 13 people that were killed in Afghanistan, you all know about that. That was grossly incompetent. Getting out was fine, because I was going to get out. I would have been out before. them, but we had an election that happened. But we would have been out with dignity and strength. We would have taken the military out last, not first. They took the military out first. But they had 13 people killed, and I got to know many of the families of the 13. It was a terrible, tragic thing. None of them should have died. Those people were essentially killed by a stupid administration that didn't know what they're doing, and bad generals like Milley, who was a bad general. And, nobody was fired. It was the most incompetent. I think it's the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, the way it happened. Remember the planes taking off and people falling off the planes. Many people fell to their death. They were hanging onto the wings. They probably thought they could take the plane and fly on the plane, and they didn't realize the plane's going 500 miles an hour. And they fell off at 3,000 feet. That's 3 times the height of the Empire State Building. They fell off. They started falling off, and then they all were off. And a lot of people, but it was a horrible, horrible moment. But you had 13 people killed, many people badly injured, meaning no legs. We had one, no arm, no legs, and the arm that was left was battered. Face was badly hurt. And these are people, this is just horrible casualties. But I got to know the people. I felt very badly, and they viewed me as their president, frankly. And I don't want to do anything about it. I don't want to say that, but they viewed me. And I everybody knew because it was covered, but not covered like the press should cover it. I mean, the press doesn't talk about bad things. I mean, they don't talk about what happened in Afghanistan anymore with the Taliban, with that horrible leaving. It wasn't the leaving. It was great to leave because, they were there for like 20 years and we were leaving, but we were going to keep Bagram, which is one of the biggest Air Force bases in the world. And we're keeping it not because of Afghanistan, but because of China, because it was 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So we were keeping that. And it would have been fine, but it was time now to turn it over. Despite the threat to democracy, I did turn that over. I didn't say, they said, he'll never give it over. These people are crazy. They're crazy. But anyway, so I gave it over, and then they took over. And I didn't have anybody killed in Afghanistan for 18 months. I had a long talk with the head of the Taliban, who's really the boss. And his name is Abdul. And I said, Abdul, don't do it. Don't do it. And you don't do it. And he said, but why, sir? Why do you send me a picture of my home? Abdul, you'll have to figure that one out. He went, but why do you send me a picture of my home, Your Excellency? He called me Your Excellency. And he was fine. Look, I said, you can't do it. You can't do it. You hit any. They had snipers that were killing our people. Our wonderful soldiers, snipers from a long distance. And we didn't lose one person in 18 months. And then we had this catastrophe happen, which should have never happened. We had them in good shape, but we had to get out. It's ridiculous that we were there. And we left $85 billion worth of equipment. They became brand new equipment too. Equipment that I bought. They left brand new goggles, tanks, planes. We left it there instead of taking it out. I remember when Milley told me, General Milley, he's one of the woke guys, he was saying, you know all about him, he's bad news, bad general. But he was saying, sure, I think we should leave the equipment behind. I said, why? Because I was talking about getting out, and I was going to get out. I brought it down to the number of men, but we had to keep Bagram. You got to keep the Air Force, the big base, built many years ago for billions and billions of dollars. But he said, sir, we should leave the equipment behind. Why? Well, it's much less expensive. I said, wait a minute. We got a $150 million airplane, and we could fill it up with a little gas, a tank of airplane fuel, and fly it to Pakistan or fly it all the way back home. You think it's cheaper to leave it? And it's a new plane? You think it's cheaper? You think it's cheaper to leave Army tanks where we could put them in a trailer and take, yes, sir, it's cheaper. I said, this guy is really bad. It's true. And that's when I lost total respect for the guy. I didn't have a lot because, you never got good news. I want people where there's good news, like the general I used to knock out I knocked out 100% of ISIS. It was supposed to take 5 years. It took about 4 weeks, right? We have a great military. I'll tell you, we have a great... I had a great general in charge of that, and he knocked the hell out of him. He said, "Sir, I can do it in about 4 weeks." They said, "Why didn't they do it before?" "Sir, they didn't want to really fight. They wanted to be politically correct, sir." But it was amazing. We have, I just say to this room, we have a great military. And our real military is not going to be woke. You couldn't convince them to be woke if you screamed at them all day for the next 10 years. But the guys on television are woke, and a lot of the top people are woke, but they'll all be gone pretty quick. They're going to all be gone. You get them out. You get them out.
When I was in Milwaukee, I got to meet some of the Gold Star families. And sir.
Yeah, we had a big problem. So I was called by these families. There were probably 4 of them. There was also somebody very badly injured with the legs and everything. And they asked me, would it be possible 2 days ago, right, to go to Arlington National Cemetery to celebrate the life of their children who had been killed 3 years ago. And this was the whole thing, the whole disaster in Afghanistan, where they set off a bomb and probably 500 people were killed altogether. And we got to think of the other side also, but it was a terrible thing. But we lost 13 soldiers. We had 45 soldiers that were really badly hurt too. Nobody ever talks. You ever notice somebody loses their leg or both legs or their arm, in one case an arm and 2 legs, and nobody ever talks about them. They talk about, because we have to remember that those people are, nobody ever talks about them. And we had some people that were horrifically injured. Anyway, they called and they said, "Sir, would you be able to come?" Now, I got to know them because I have a place in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is a spectacular place. And they wanted to know whether they like New Jersey. New Jersey is good. New Jersey has some of the most beautiful things. But so this is a beautiful place. And I had most of the families there about 1.5 years ago. And they all wanted to know whether or not I'd be showing up. I didn't know if I could. And when I heard they were there, I went out and I saw them. And they thought I was going to stay for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, shake everyone's hand and leave. I ended up staying with them like for 4.5 hours. We listened to music up with the members. We have this beautiful deck overlooking everything. And you're looking at the sky, great food, a very luxurious place. I mean, it's beautiful. And we had, I don't know, like 20, 25 people, members of the family of these 13 people, of most of the 13. And we ended up listening to music, Elvis and Elton John and everybody. And certain songs were very sad, and I'd point to the sky. I said, your son is looking down at you, and he's very proud. Oh, the people, it was like crazy. I was with him like for 4.5 hours. My 15 minutes, do you think we could get him to stay for 15 minutes? Could he sign something, a picture of my son? So I ended up staying there, and I got to know him. And I got a call a little while ago, like a week, 2 weeks, and they asked whether or not it would be possible to go to Arlington National Cemetery 2 days ago. And also, could I stay for the changing of the guard and the whole thing, which was beautiful. I did that. But it was very tough for me to get there because I was doing something else. I had to get out of something that was not easy to get out of. And I did that, and I did the changing. And then they said, could you come with us to the graves of, which is quite a bit away. You had to go into cars and go into, through the cemetery, beautiful Arlington Cemetery. And I did that, and I was getting absolutely killed because they're calling me. They're saying, "Sir, we got a lot of people waiting." I said, "Don't worry about it. Let them wait." And I did it. And they're looking at the graves, and they're explaining. One of the mothers was saying, and I've had this a lot, actually. "Sir, could I tell you about my son?" "Yes." She said, "Sir, he was a good football player. He was a quarterback. He had a very strong arm. And he was playing another team, and it was a long story, and I just listened to it because I saw was like therapy. She was so proud of him.
Oh, they loved you so much, President Trump. They had such
did.
Wonderful things to say about you when we spoke. So they really appreciated that.
It was so good. But so they said, sir, could you take some pictures with us at the graves of our child? And, the child, because the child may be 22 or 24, but that's their child, that's right? They're not saying at the grave of the man. There's nothing political or anything. This was their child. This was their baby. Could you take a picture with it? And these people are devastated. These people can never, ever be the same. And it was all because of Biden, okay? So I'll get in trouble. I don't care. Get me in trouble. This should have never, ever happened. Nobody should have been killed. They should have left from Bagram, which is this massive base. They shouldn't have left from this little local airport where the whole city ends up piling in and everyone went crazy. And by the way, they shouldn't have taken the military out first. They should have taken the military out last when everything was gone. They took the military out, and I could just imagine Abdul, who's smart as hell. Somebody went to Abdul and they said, Abdul, the American soldiers have left. He said, you're a stupid man to say that. Of course, that didn't happen. No, Abdul, they've left. I could just see it, the conversation. Then he found out they left. He said, I can't believe it. And once they left, they had a field day. What they did to us was incredible, but they kept everything. But thanks. So the people were coming up to me and said, sir, could I have a picture of you at the grave of my son? I said, absolutely. I would love to do that. So the whole family gathered around. We had the beautiful, stone, the marble with the name of the soldier on. Shouldn't have been on it because they shouldn't have been dead. And we took pictures at the different grave sites. And that was it. It was beautiful. And they were all crying. Everybody was crying. It was very sad. They're terrible. It's even worse when there was no reason for it to happen. It makes it even worse. It's one thing, it's a war. But here's the thing, it shouldn't have happened. Just incompetent. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, but it shouldn't have happened. And these kids shouldn't have been dead. And the 45 people that were so badly hurt, and frankly, the 300 people, mostly civilians from the other side, they shouldn't have been dead. Just a grossly incompetent group of people. So,
thank you for respecting our dead, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just to finish, though, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, but just to finish. So I took pictures. I said to people, should I tell this story? I told the story once today. I said, should I tell it? Because I think it's a terrible thing. So I stood with the mothers, the fathers, sometimes both, sometimes a sister. There was a sister, beautiful sister, who also had some difficulty because of a war injury. But I stood with different people over different graves and took pictures. I didn't want to take pictures, but I wanted to take them if they wanted to take them. And the former president of the United States is with them. They're very happy about that, as happy as they can be, because they'll never be happy. And I took pictures, and that was it. And I left, and we said goodbye, and it was beautiful, actually. And then I get a call that night, sir, we're getting a complaint from the White House that you used the soldiers for publicity pictures and for public relations. And I said, I can't believe it. And I said, I can't believe it. So here's a guy that he killed those people, okay? These people were killed by Biden as far as I'm concerned. And then I get a call, and I'm taking pictures. These are pictures with parents, etc., sisters, brothers, people that are laying in the ground right there, shouldn't be dead. And I get a call, and I actually got a lot of bad publicity. They said, President Trump spent time at Arlington National Cemetery taking pictures and things. It's just so disgusting. And I'll tell you, if you haven't noticed, I get a lot of publicity. I don't need that publicity. I don't need that publicity. I get a lot. I get too much. I'd like to have half the publicity. I want to hire a PR person to get me half the publicity, all right? But
that's not normally what you hire PR people for.
But
I'm sure you could find someone.
I just thought it was such a terrible thing.
So I just want to tell you, I think it meant an incredible amount to them. I know it did. They've spoken about it. And thank you for loving the American people. Thank you for working to make America great again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we thank you for your time today, spending time with us. I want to tell you, Moms for Liberty is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization.
Yeah.
And we only endorse in school board races. But I want to tell you personally.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Where is that? Okay, we already saw the Pennsylvania. Okay, so for the, I don't know if I should play the Kamala's speech. I don't think we should play the speech because it's hard to watch. However, we can go ahead and play the. Let's see what.
Well, terrifying new details emerging around this video of what appears to be armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. Now, the town's mayor confirms that several buildings have been overtaken by gang members. But Colorado's Democratic governor is dismissing the outrage and the fear. Let's go live to William LaJeunesse, who has the latest on this developing story. William.
Well, Emily, you know, when people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. But for some context, I want to say part of this all began when the Biden-Harris administration began releasing Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelans after immigrants arriving from those countries went from 17,000 in 2020 to 600,000 in 2022, overwhelming the border and ICE facilities because we couldn't send them back. So you're seeing the result. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole. But they stopped that in July because migrants were lying on applications. U.S. sponsors were using fraudulent identities, including dead people, to sponsor them. And traffickers and gangs were demanding payment from those they sponsored. And the mayor of Aurora now blames the federal government for letting these people in.
It's that intimidation factor. We've got Venezuelan gang members who have gone into an apartment complex where there's a concentration of Venezuelans and pushed out the property management through intimidation, and now they're intimidating the tenants there to pay them the rent and probably extort other things from them.
They are patrolling these complexes with guns. They go in, they beat up the staff, they hold guns to their heads, staff flees.
So Colorado Governor Jared Polis says they're wrong, and it's part of a misinformation campaign. Here's his statement. Quote, over the last month, Governor Polis has been in regular contact with the city of Aurora and the police and has offered state assistance to support their efforts if requested. He really hopes that the city council stop trashing their own city when they are supposed to keep it safe. We know violent crime in Aurora went down between 2022 and 23 and expect the data will show further declines in 24. And the recent misinformation campaign threatens actual criminal investigations and could hurt the climate for small businesses in Aurora. The local DA says the governor is wrong. They are prosecuting Venezuelan gang members for home invasion, burglary, kidnapping, theft, extortion, and that may be part of what you're seeing here, right? The gangs are collecting debts from migrants that they sponsored. Emily?
Frightening, William. Thank you so much. All right, Paul, break it down. How did this happen? What are we looking at there?
First of all, let's recognize something. They restarted the program that William just said that they suspended. They just restarted it. So we're getting 30,000 new arrivals, okay, every month from those four nations. Let's look at them: Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Haiti. Cuba doesn't talk to us, so therefore nobody's vetted because we can't find anything out. Venezuela, same exact thing. Haiti, run by criminal gangs. Nicaragua, run by Daniel Ortega, hates the country, socialist dictator. You're telling me that the 30,000 that arrived, they're vetted? That's the claim now. We restarted this after saying, you know what, it doesn't work. It's full of fraud. Now we're supposed to believe it works. Obviously, it doesn't work. Classic gang tactic. Take over some terrain, control it. A building is great because you have people working for you. They can call out when the cops come. You can run guns, drugs, women, all the stuff these guys do. We have an international problem here, not a national problem. It's a national security problem. We need task forces, just like we had JTTFs after 9/11, locals and feds put together and get rid of these guys. Otherwise, they're going to be entrenched like the mafia. We won't get rid of them for decades.
Molly, talk to me about this condescension coming from the governor who dares to say, oh, hey, no, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe this video with these armed huge guns. The statistics say everything's fine. Talk to me about that gaslighting.
Yeah, exactly. This is next level stuff. It's absolutely incredible. This coming from the governor's office. They talk about the crime statistics as if this is supposed to make the people in this building feel better in any way. But according to police intelligence, the purported invasion is largely a feature of Danielle Jurinsky's imagination. The city councilor goes after the people that are trying to help. And what is absolutely mind-blowing is then the other officials have to get involved and say, no, these people are not crazy. This isn't an imagination. The mayor says the situation is real. The DA, the district attorney says that, no, it's not imaginary. So they have to push back on what people can see with their own eyes.
And that's so condescending due to people. Once again, I am from the Midwest. I'm from South Dakota, neighbor to Colorado. And I have family members that live in the Denver area, and they're terrified. They're horrified at what their state has become. And you know who's most horrified? Is young women. Young women are horrified. Can you imagine being a young woman or a single mother that lived in that apartment complex? Imagine what that must be like. And a lot of people live in these apartment complexes because guess what? They can't afford homes. They can't afford to live anywhere else. This is going to be a growing problem. I don't have to remind all of you that we have millions of migrants in this country. And right now, they're being put up in shelters, maybe hotels in New York. But at some point, that's going to run out. And then you're going to have millions of people that need somewhere to go. And you're going to have millions of young migrants who need somewhere to belong. And to your point, I'm fearful that some of them are going to fall into gang activity through desperation, through belonging, through whatever you want to call it. This is just beginning. This is about to get so much worse. And winter is coming, so people are going to get even more desperate, especially in cities like New York City.
Winter is coming. Literally and figuratively, Leslie, this is frightening. And my question to you is, why err on the side of saying, oh, no, this is just an outlier situation, when calling it or underscoring or at least believing the DA that say, yes, this is an organized crime, all that does is escalate or flip the switch for resources, for charges, so that these people can remain behind bars and allow single women and everyone else to actually thrive. Why would you err on the side of risking safety for a talking point?
Well, even though I am a liberal Democrat, I don't always agree with my party, people in my party. I'm actually very conservative on crime, and I would agree that you need to take these guys out. This is definitely the way a shakedown happens, whether, it's a gang, back in the day, the mafia. But, statistically, he may be accurate, but when you just look at what the people are feeling, there are feelings and there are facts with the economy. But the facts are the people not just living in that building, but in that section of Aurora, they're concerned, they're frightened, and as the governor who's responsible for his people, he does need to address that, just as, the mayor obviously is there in Aurora.
Yeah, I just wish he had addressed it with a little more deference, I guess, to those boots on ground that are...
And remember, when they say that the border encounters are down, remember something. It's because they're flying them in.
Hey, everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
One of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward. Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard.
But Harris struggled to lay out her day one agenda, having difficulty explaining her flip-flopping on policies.
I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed.
Okay, this as Harris faces criticism for having Governor Walz by her side during the interview. Politico is reporting, quote, a senior campaign official also made the important stipulation that obviously she will do solo interviews in the future as well. Somebody who does interviews every day, does extemporaneous speaking, we saw him yesterday, is vice presidential candidate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. J.D., good morning to you.
Good morning, guys.
So last night we watched the 27-minute interview that CNN did, and Dana Bash did ask a lot of the questions we wanted answers to. And one of the most important things was, how do you, Vice President Harris, explain the flip-flops? But as we just heard in that soundbite, she's not flip-flopping because she has the same values.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre, right? So if you have the same values, why have you changed your mind on literally every topic that you previously held an opinion on? But I think it's important for us not to buy this. If you look at the way that Kamala Harris is governed, she's actually governed as a far-left person. She's just trying to pretend that she's not far-left now because, of course, she wants to win the American people's votes over the next couple of months. But if she does, she's going to do the same thing that she's been doing for the last few years. She's going to try to make it harder to get American energy from American territory. She's going to make it harder for us to drive down the cost of everything from food to housing. She's going to make it harder for us to enforce our border laws, and she's going to make more chaos and more instability around the world. So it's really absurd for Kamala Harris to sit there and say, well, I don't actually believe in any of the thing that I told you I believed 3 years ago. She has governed as a person who believes those things, and unfortunately, the American people are far off because of it.
So, Senator, she flipped on the EV mandates through the Green New Deal, the border wall, decriminalizing the border cross, Medicare for all, which she was the co-sponsor. I mean, that's a major flip. The mandatory gun buyback, fracking, apparently she supports it now, and offshore drilling. You know, I know it's only been 2 years into politics for you, Senator, but politicians, they change their position. But the problem I have with Kamala Harris, and it's much like when you graciously invited me into your home, I want to know why she changed her position. You told me why you changed your position on Donald Trump. Why aren't we hearing why she changed?
Well, in part because she refuses to give interviews, right? So this is her first interview in 40 days. And of course, she's flanked by her VP colleague there. But she's not a person who actually knows, I think, why she believes the things that she says that she believes. You're exactly right. She did impose an EV mandate, which is going to ship a lot of American manufacturing jobs to China. She has supported the defund the police movement, which has made a lot of our cities much more violent and a lot of our neighborhoods much less safe. She has done all of these things as she's been in government. And again, now she's trying to run away from it. And I agree with you guys. She should have to sit and answer tough questions about why she's changed her mind. I think she answered one question yesterday about how she changed her mind. It was a bit of a word salad, and I don't think it actually gave Americans any insight into who Kamala Harris really is. The final point that I'll just make about how she was trying to explain her changed perspectives is, if you actually watched what she was saying, the way that she was saying it, it's clear that she doesn't have very strong convictions. I actually, even though I'm running against her, I felt a little bad for her because it was clear that she wasn't totally sure-footed, and she didn't totally know why she was saying the things that she was saying. She's been coached to pretend to be a moderate. Unfortunately, guys, she's governed as a San Francisco liberal, and because of it, Americans are poorer, the world is more chaotic, and our border is wide open. We've got to take this country in a new direction, which is why we've got to elect Donald Trump.
Well, let's talk about Pennsylvania, because that is a very important state, and fracking, which matters a lot to the people in Pennsylvania. Here's Kamala Harris on fracking.
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking.
Senator, and here she is back in 2019.
Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
So, Senator, how do you be simultaneously for the Green New Deal and now for fracking?
Well, you can't. Those are just totally inconsistent positions. Exactly. And I actually think that Kamala Harris may have told an explicit lie on top of what she's already said here. So think about this. Kamala Harris says that she changed her mind in 2020 on the debate stage. Her last debate was in 2019 because she dropped out of the race before it really got to voting. So she's saying that she changed her mind on fracking during her general election debate. That's not true. She definitely did not do that. So I think that Kamala Harris got away with a very dishonest sort of revision of her record there. But then let's go back just to how this affects the lives of American families and American workers. Fracking is one of the main ways that we have to drive down the cost of energy. Right. And if you think groceries are expensive now, what happens when we increase the cost of energy even further, making it hard to get the food to the grocery store? If you think the cost of housing is bad now, what happens when we increase the cost of producing the materials that go into the houses, which is what a ban on fracking would do? She is pursuing a policy, guys, that is going to make Americans poorer in their own country. And it's so fascinating. The media is so desperate to let her get away with this that they don't even push her on the fact that she's changed her mind, allegedly, on 8 different topics. And the final thing is, the proof is in the pudding. Kamala Harris can say that she's changed her mind on American energy or changed her mind on police or changed her mind on immigration. She is the sitting vice president of the United States. If she's changed her mind, why doesn't she enact these policies now and make Americans better off? Right. I don't think she believes it, which is why you're not seeing it in what she's doing.
And Dana Bash kind of asked about that. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. Last night. We know what she's doing with these new positions, Senator. She is racing to the middle because when, there's one, you're way out there on the fringe when you're in the primary, and then you race to the middle in the general, and that's what she's doing. But she said, and obviously she's fishing around for Republican votes as well, because she was asked, and she said that she would appoint a Republican to her cabinet. And we've seen that in the past. GWB did it. Barack Obama did it. Would a Trump-Vance administration, would you guys appoint a Democrat to your cabinet?
Oh, of course we would, Stephen. We've actually got a lot of great Democratic support. We just got RFK, of course, Tulsi Gabbard, who endorsed the president in just the last couple of days. If you look at the Trump movement in 2024, it's actually the common sense big tent movement in American politics. We don't agree on everything, of course. Not everybody who votes for Donald Trump is going to agree with every policy issue, but we agree on the basics. We agree that American energy prices should be lower. We agree that we should be making more of our own stuff in the United States of America. We agree that we should close down the border and stop the flow of illegal drugs and trafficking into our country. It's just the basic common sense stuff, and it's telling, that Kamala Harris wants to say that she's the big tent candidate. She wants to say that she stands for a totally different platform than what she ran on 3 years ago, but she's governed as a radical. She will govern further as a radical, and Donald Trump has the record of lower prices, higher wages, and peace across the world. The contrast is extraordinary. We just have to remind the American people that the proof is in the pudding, and Donald Trump did a good job. Kamala Harris did a bad one.
Well, Senator, we've been following what's been happening at the border, and now it's here at home. Chicago's, the Venezuelan gangs and the United States gangs are going back and forth. You got Colorado now, where we have apparently some illegal migrants that have taken over an apartment complex. We had the councilwoman on from that area. This is what she said. Watch, Senator.
I currently know of 4 others. That's just in Aurora. I do believe that there are some in Denver. Denver police officers are starting to speak out.
We need to be arresting these guys for the smallest crimes that they're committing, putting them in jail, figuring out who they are. We don't even know who they are. They came across the border, were probably lightly vetted, probably have criminal backgrounds in Venezuela because we don't share background information with Venezuela.
We really need to start putting boots on the ground and arresting these guys for shooting up cars, all the assaults that they're committing.
So, Senator, one of the problems is the local cops can't do anything. They can't talk to ICE. So these people can't be deported because it's a sanctuary state. What does a Trump-Vance administration do differently?
Well, first of all, we end sanctuary cities and we end sanctuary states. If you've got illegal immigrants in your communities, they need to go home, and you need to cooperate with local and federal law enforcement to help get illegal immigrants out of our country. Guys, if we don't have a border, we do not have a real country. And all these problems that exist primarily in Central America, we're now seeing them in places like Aurora, Colorado, or Chicago, or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, because Kamala Harris has allowed us to import the business of the drug cartels into our own communities, and Americans are suffering because of it. We cannot overstate this. I was talking to national firefighters yesterday. Hundreds of millions of dollars in Chicago, in New York, in Pittsburgh, all across our community are going to pay for the problems related to the border. You're housing illegal migrants. You're trying to deal with the drug overdoses that come from illegal migrants. We should be spending that money on more police, more firefighters, more municipal services. But these local governments are being totally destroyed because they're paying for Kamala Harris's open border.
But Senator,
we can
real
do
quick,
so much better.
real quickly,
we just need common sense leadership.
I know we only got a little bit at a time, but I'm curious.
Yeah.
The sanctuary city, sanctuary state, if Trump-Vance administration is there, does that now become against federal law? Is there going to be a bill to say you cannot be a sanctuary state, you cannot be a sanctuary city?
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to be against federal law, and we need to be willing to use the purse strings of the federal government. If a local city is not willing to cooperate with deporting violent criminals, then we need to say, well, then maybe we're not going to give you as much money as we used to. We have got to end the practice of sanctuary cities. It's making our communities poorer and less safe.
Senator, yesterday, former President Trump announced that he wants to make IVF treatments free if he becomes a president. So you're talking here to a mom of 9 kids. So I obviously believe more babies are better. But I actually was kind of a little bit taken aback because last week you were talking about, making Americans healthy. We clearly have a fertility problem. Something is going on in our country because infertility is exploding. And there's something, whether it's in the food, in the environment, it could be cultural as well, that we're encouraging girls to start having, women to have babies a lot later. I've talked to a lot of pro-life friends of mine, and they're saying it's one thing to say, I'm not going to ban IVF. It's an entirely other thing to say, we're going to pay for it, or we're going to mandate insurance companies to pay for it. And a lot of them said that smacked to them like Obamacare mandating, contraceptive mandates. So what's your response, particularly the pro-life community, which has been so supportive of this ticket and the advances that Donald Trump has clearly made in that area?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm pro-life, and I want to save as many babies as possible. I think it's important for us to recognize that there are a lot of fertility problems, and we ought to be talking about the root causes. But President Trump has always been pro-fertility treatment to address some of the problems too that young women are facing. I mean, you know this, I know this. We've all had family and friends that have gone through infertility problems. It is a nightmare, and I think all President Trump is saying is that we want to make it as accessible as possible. Of course, we're going to respect religious liberties. We're not going to force anybody to do something that is against their conscience, but we also want to make this fertility stuff available to as many people as possible because babies are good, and for a whole host of complicated reasons, we've got a lot of women and a lot of young families that are struggling with this. We, of course, want them to have happier, healthier lives, and we want American women to have as big a families as they would like to have, and unfortunately, we know that's not happening right now.
What do you say, Senator, to those in the pro-life community, some now, that are so angered that they're saying some of them may stay home? Why is that a bad idea?
Well, it's a bad idea, first of all, because all the president has said is he wants abortion to be made at a policy to be made at the state level, right? He wants California, Florida, Ohio to fight this stuff out and to have debates among their citizens rather than having a national one-size-fits-all approach. And I think the genius in President Trump's approach here is that he's actually giving the individual voting populations the room to figure this stuff out. You guys know, again, I am a pro-life person. We had a pro-life referendum in the state of Ohio Ohio. It didn't go the direction that I wanted it to go. And I think what I take away from that is that those of us in the pro-life community, we've got to do a better job of persuading our fellow citizens. But even if you disagree with something that Donald Trump has said, look, Kamala Harris wants to force Christian hospitals to perform abortions. She wants taxpayer-funded abortion up until the moment of birth. The Democrats are utterly radical on this. And if you, like me, want to save as many babies as possible, Donald Trump is really the only candidate in the race.
Well, we know you're running for vice president. He's running for president. You guys are very busy. Senator, thank you very much for spending about 20 minutes with us today.
Thank you all. Good morning.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
By the way, we did.
Nearly 40 days of silence leading up to 26 total minutes of airtime in an interview last night for Vice President Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz. They sat down with CNN for their first big media interview since replacing Biden on the Democratic ticket. Harris claimed her values have not changed. This when she was pressed on why she has done an about-face on some major voter issues like fracking. Take a listen.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed.
Well, Harris's Fracking 180 providing a roll the tape moment for us here. Watch what she actually said during the 2020 campaign.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking. That is a fact. That is a fact.
The other big interview moments last night involved the man that she replaced on the top of the Democratic ticket. That's obviously President Biden. Harris defended their joint record together in office, especially when it comes to the economy and the border. She also revealed whether she had any regrets about vouching for the president amid all the concern about his fitness for office. Watch this.
You insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president.
You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings.
You have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that.
You maintain Bidenomics is a success.
There's more to do, but that's good work.
All right, let's take it out to the table. Greg, after this obviously highly anticipated 40 days in the works interview last night, a long form interview. We only got 26 minutes, but that might be the longest we hear from her before the election or before the debates anyway. I think the important question for folks to ask themselves coming out of it is what I'm going to ask you right now, which is what is Kamala Harris's vision for the country and what does she stand for?
It's like the media equivalent of constipation. You know, you're just anticipating and anticipating, nothing happens. They needed some fiber, you know, Metamucil. It was not interesting. I felt like I'd stumbled into a parent-teacher conference and their kid was Joe Biden, and they had to like tiptoe around the fact that Joey's older than everybody else, but can't do anything. It was 20 minutes that felt like 200. They took like the most anticipated interview in 40 days, and it felt like a stale bag of nuts from a vending machine. I was nonplussed. That was the point. The goal here was a controlled demolition. You know, limit the damage to 18 minutes, 4 topics. So she didn't like score a point. She didn't get a hit. But she also didn't pull a Biden, and that's all they could hope for. This was safer than a condom in a convent. The thing that really bugged me, though, and the big issue, the no follow-up. All right, so she asked Harris.
Well, on the one question, there was some follow-up.
That was it.
Yeah,
that was
the one,
it.
yeah.
There was this, when they asked Harris about her role in lying to the American people about Joe's mental state, and they couched it. Dana Bash couched it as, do you regret telling the American people he was strong? And of course, Harris took the word regret and made it not about lying to America, but about serving Biden. Of course, she has no regrets working with Joe Biden, but that wasn't the effing question. It was, do you regret lying to America? And there was no follow up to that. It's amazing that in the last 2 weeks, Trump's done like 5+ hours worth of interviews. They couldn't manage to do 20 minutes of transparency. It was just a fog of platitudes and evasive pivots. It wasn't just horrible. It wasn't enough to be horrible. There wasn't enough. It was lifeless. It was dead. It felt like it was in a conference room at the Days Inn. It was like a deposition. It was just, there was nothing there.
So to Greg's point about her answer when it comes to vouching for President Biden, David Axelrod over on CNN actually liked her answer. He gave her kudos for it. Take a listen to what he said.
Who cares about him?
She didn't run away from him. She gave him, I think, his due. She understands that there's some political risk to that. That actually was elevating to me in a way that I hadn't expected. So I think on the whole, this was a good night. It wasn't a huge, I don't think she moved the ball that much forward, but she certainly didn't fall back.
Eugene Levy.
So elevating in a way he hadn't expected. What do you think about that, Kennedy?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Greg here. Who pulled his chain? And I don't think her stance on Joe Biden is particularly difficult to answer, and I don't think it's particularly important. No one really cares about Joe Biden at this point. Joe Biden doesn't seem to care about Joe Biden. He doesn't care about governing the country. So, sure, she can shellac his presidency all that she needs to. And I do think the question could have been phrased better. When did you know that the president was in decline? Because she did know. Everyone knew. We all knew, and we weren't the last person in the room, which was how she phrased it when she was talking about their horrible Afghanistan withdrawal plan. She was the last person with Joe Biden. So the point of that was, I know him best. I sit with him the longest. So if that's the case, then she would have known first that there was something really, really wrong with him. And she had promised the American people. Remember when Anderson Cooper actually pressed her after that horrific debate? And she promised people, if there was something wrong with Joe Biden, I would be the one to say something. And it's like, well, why didn't you say something then? Why didn't you talk with some of your colleagues about the 25th Amendment? Maybe because she knew this plan was in place. And if she sat there and answered the questions like a good little warrior, that she would be rewarded with the nomination. No one would stand in her way. Not Joe Biden, not the Obamas, not John Shapiro, not Gavin Newsom. And the whole thing would be hers without any pushback at all. That was a deal that she made with the devil, and she signed it in her own blood red ink.
So part of the problem for her, Emily, is that she was trying to, I hate the expression thread the needle, but I guess she was trying to thread the needle where it's like...
It always has to be about sewing, right? Because she's a woman.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, it's sexist. But she's trying to say, I fully support everything he's done. I stand by our record the last 3.5 years, but it's also time to turn the page. It's two opposite directions. You can't really do both things.
Right. I felt like it was like when you watch spouses that are fighting, and when they're fighting, then it's your child just did this today. But when they're united, it's, oh, look, honey, Billy got straight A's, right? Our son is so amazing. She's clearly trying to divert herself from the administration only when it serves her. And the sheer volume of those flip-flops for Dana Bash not to press her further and say, well, talk to me about this evolution. How exactly have you changed and why? That's the whole point. People have excused it on the left by saying, well, every politician flip-flops, not this much and not this heavily. So why, as someone who's so committed to these values that clearly run the entire gamut, I was so sorely underwhelmed, Greg. I agree with you. This is a prosecutor. Well, she likes to remind us, not only is this our sitting vice president, this was a senator and the attorney general and more. She wanted to remind us that she did not deserve sneakers on the cover of Vogue, that because she was vice president, she should have been in heels. she declined meeting with the spouses of all the leaders of foreign nations because she said at the G7 summit, no, I'm the vice president. I command respect. I won't meet with the spouses.
And now here we are led to believe she can't even conduct an interview solo. She can't formulate thoughts. She was clearly totally unprepared, except for her pull the chain comments that she likes to repeat. And otherwise, there was zero command
of knowledge, information, and experience that you would expect out of someone who's been in the White House for 4 years and who wants to be there for another 4 years at the top.
We're going to get into Governor Walz in the next block a bit, but I just want to ask you, Joey, because there was so much criticism of him joining this interview before it took place. Everyone, sort of coming down hard, Republicans certainly, and saying she should have handled this one solo. So now that we have seen the interview, do you think it was the right call for him to be there or not?
I have no idea why he was there other than maybe to make her look smarter and more intelligent or more eloquent in her speech. I don't know. The things he did say we'll talk about later. But just to go back to her interview, listen, the point of this interview wasn't to get her answers on record. It was to offer her an opportunity to correct the record, to make it all smooth out so she doesn't have to be questioned about it again. When they came back from the first commercial break, they literally ran the intro to the second segment was an ad for Kamala Harris, and in there was a clip from Trump when he went to the organization of black journalists and sitting there getting drilled. The very first question, are you racist? And the irony in that is that they only had that clip of Trump because he will sit down and answer questions from anyone. He's not afraid, he won't back down. She gave more details about the breakfast that she supposedly had when she was told that Biden was dropping out than any policy they asked her. I mean, the only numbers or facts I could find, I took notes for the part of the interview I watched. I eventually went back to college football. But she said, hey, $10,000 tax credit, that's cool. J.D. Vance wants to do, or $6,000 tax credit, that's cool. J.D. Vance wants to do 10. And then she said, we're going to give you $25,000 so you can buy a house that costs twice as much as it did last year. And tell me how that's a good deal. But we know about bacon and pancakes and puzzles and all the other horse crap that she threw in there that I don't believe any of it.
Real quick before we go to break, I don't even know if we have time for this, but Brian Yanis nabbed an interview with President Trump, the first one, after last night. Here's his take on the debate. On the interview.
I think it was not exactly a great performance. It was a low-energy performance. To take all of that time and get ready for that kind of an interview, it was a softball interview. I really think that probably, if you look at it, it was not considered a big success. If you go by the reviews, it was considered much less than a success.
All right, coming up, VP Harris was not the only one in the hot seat last night. Governor Tim Walz, as we just mentioned, was there. He was finally asked about some accusations about stolen valor, about his record. We're going to get into that next.
Click here.
She tried to drop it like it's hot, but Kamala was not the only one feeling the heat. Harris deployed her security snuggie, running mate Tim Walz. Extra Z's for all the sleep you got watching it. He was back up to her first interview. The Minnesota governor was finally confronted over accusations of stolen valor. Walz, who is a former teacher, bizarrely blamed his military fibs on some bad grammar. Watch this.
I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
All right. So, Joey, I don't remember the attacks on his children for loving him or the attacks on his dog. But I would, as a combat veteran, please set the record straight, because what is the best way to view how he has talked about his military career, his actual time in service? He honorably served in the National Guard. And some of the exaggerations that he's made, maybe for self-gain.
I mean, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be as nice as I can be about this and say that he is a damn liar and a coward. And that's how I feel about it. And let me explain why. It's not because he's running for vice president on the Democrat ticket. There are Republicans that are no longer in Congress, I would say that about, two in the House that Adam Kinzinger used to love to hang out with. And so with that being said, the problem with him is that he said in that clip, he said, I think he said denigrate or belittle anyone's service. He belittled everyone that didn't go to combat. He belittled their service when he decided that he couldn't have a political career without lying about going to combat. He decided that his 24 years in the National Guard was not enough. Instead, he had to sit on the House Veterans Affairs Committee. I presume as chairman, I don't know exactly when it happened. I was there when he was a junior member. But he sat on the House Veterans Affairs Committee, looked at Gold Star families across the dais, and he sat there and he said, when we came back from war, we didn't have the resources or the mental health support we needed. His war was fought in Italy, southern Italy. I mean, I'm sorry, but between Iraq and Afghanistan, send me to Italy. I don't need mental health when I get back from Italy. I don't think. Maybe, but I don't think. So it's just, this idea that he said, I carried the weapons we carried in war, like that's one little slip. And it is one little slip. It's not bad grammar. I'm from Georgia. I can give you all kinds of bad grammar real quick if you want me to. But the fact is, when you pile it up over several years, when you take the people the sergeant major that took his place when he left his unit and what his position is on him, he continually lied and stretched the truth, let you fill in the blanks, didn't correct anyone. I deployed twice to combat, once on ship. Do you know what my peers would do to me if I said I deployed 3 times? Because in the Marine Corps, deployment means you went to combat. You don't use that term unless it's applying to combat. I can say I deployed 3 times, but really, I deployed twice. So when it comes down to semantics, they matter. And they matter because when you care about the men, do you know what you get when you die on the battlefield? The exact same award I got for simply losing my legs. A Purple Heart. So at the end of the day, if you care about those people and you want to honor them, you don't try to put yourself on the same pedestal they're on. And in my opinion, that's what he does when he sits there and he talks to Gold Star family members and he lies about his own service in order to connect to them. That's a Joe Biden move right there. For those of you who don't know, his son did not die in combat, although he would have you believe he did.
Yeah, and he has made that claim repeatedly. And I think that's why people are so sensitive to it, because they don't want to be lied to and they don't want to be misled. Things are hard enough for people that it's an odd way for him to connect, but it hasn't just been about his military service. He's also done the same thing when he talks about his wife's fertility struggles. And he talks about IVF. His wife didn't have IVF. That is an incredibly emotional and expensive and invasive procedure. She didn't have that very procedure, but he implies that she has. Does he have a glitch?
I don't know where this is coming from. What you said was so powerful. And in my own tiny way, I just say that as humans and Americans, we all have our complex and personal experiences. And if you are running for that high of an office, then it doesn't matter or shouldn't matter what your particular experience was, because it will resonate with many people via its authenticity. So you shouldn't have to lie about anything. So the fact that he lies about everything, because that's a lie, a little embellishment, a little slip of semantics, that is a lie. And it is certainly a lie at the highest hubris, insult way when it is demeaning our men and women in service. And it demeans all the Americans whose vote he wants to earn because he thinks he can pull the wool over our eyes. And it is furthered the entire way down the field and across the goal line by the media, who says that he's a regular guy. And wearing Filson's awesome. And he's bringing regular back. And he's doing this. They are carrying the folksy love, this caricature and veneer they've painted around him. It is disgusting because they are doing what they did to Biden, which is forgive him for 30 years and make it okay to be a pathological liar.
Did she need him in that interview?
I think so. I think she looked very miserable and uncomfortable. I do think there's a bit of social anxiety that it kind of envelops her. When I was in NAM, it was spring break 2010. I don't talk about it. I don't bring it up. I mean, it was tough.
I had to fly business because they don't have first.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. It's hard. And, I won't get into the situation with the sanitary issues. But anyway, so again, it goes back to the pick and choosing how to answer a question. So the question was about his lies.
He pivots to it being about his service. Right. That's his way out. No one is questioning his service but him.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? He's the one who's demeaning service. No one else did. Also, Dana Bash helps him out by grouping the lies together, so it gives him the option of not choosing the more serious lies. The DWI thing is a big deal. His campaign covered it up. It's huge. I believe she had that lie tagged in with another lie. I don't think he even addressed it. He never addressed that. So he did the same. It's the same pivot. with what I mentioned before, Kamala, when they were saying, do you have regrets lying to America? She turned it into regret serving with Joe. He does the same thing with his military service, and then she helps him by saying, here are 3 of your lies, just pick one, and then he picks the easy one, turns it into the thing, talks about people, going after his kids and his dog. Thank God for internet trolls, because if one person had not made a quip about his kids or his dog, he never would have any defense at all. So they are so grateful when one person out of 100 million people goes on and says, like, hey, what about your dog? He says, thank God, now I can be the victim.
Yeah.
Now I'm the victim. How dare you go after my dog or my child? It's one person in a trailer park.
And Jillian, he says he's candid, but is that really code for lying?
I mean, the only thing that he was candid about last night, the only thing he took on, the only issue he addressed at all, the only thing he talked about was his family, which could not be really farther from the purpose of this interview, from the reason that he is sitting there, which is so that America can learn more about this person who most people have never heard of before, or had never heard of before a month ago.
Yeah.
There was a survey before he ascended to the ticket that 90% of people in America didn't know enough about him to have an opinion. So we know the backstory now. He's told his personal story over and over and over again at the rallies, at the DNC. Last night was an opportunity for him to get into it. What's your vision? What do you care about? What do you stand for? Same thing with Harris. And it seemed like both of them declined the opportunity.
Yeah, issues, smissues. I think that's what everyone's saying.
Click here to subscribe to.
Yeah, maybe not in California. It's a snack attack. The Golden State is cracking down on flaming hot Cheetos, Twinkies, and other snacks after state lawmakers voted to ban chemicals used in them from school lunchrooms. Backers of this bill claim the dyes in those products can cause neurobehavioral problems in some children like ADHD, but industry opponents dispute reports about its damage to people's health. But could this be a bipartisan issue? RFK Jr. is teaming up with Donald Trump to make America healthy again, saying that, quote, the issues that bind them together is having safe food. Watch this.
Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
And we're going to bring it back, and we're going to make it healthy and beautiful and better than ever.
No, the one.
All right, we'll come back to that. Jillian, I've heard for a while, I think it's red number 5, that some of these dyes are bad. I've got friends who won't let their kids have them. Doctors recommended. Is it kind of odd that this is the first time we've heard something like legislation being passed for it?
No, because I think, like we were talking about in the break, most everything that we eat and put in our bodies in this country is like trash. And so this is a continuation of that. I'm not too particular. I'm not a huge health nut or anything, but I first heard about it's the red and the yellow dyes that are really bad, and they're in everything, not just food. They're in go look in your bathroom. They're in all the products in your bathroom, especially kids' products. They are, there have been large-scale studies now that have shown that kids who ingest certain quantities of this stuff into their body end up having emotional, behavioral, neurological problems as a result. Some of them are short-term, maybe the kid freaks out for an hour. Others are longer term. There also have carcinogens in them, which cause cancer. It's a very big problem. I don't think you can say taking Cheetos out of our diet is going to solve the problem. It's in Europe, they have these chemicals are banned. Yeah. They're not allowed to be sold. I don't know when we're going to do something about it here. Maybe this will be the first step. But I do think it's an important step to get it out of the food chain, out of the supply here of everything that goes into our bodies.
Kennedy, she said a real bad word. She said ban. We talk about freedom. We had free playing on the way in. Yeah. But there's a difference between deciding not to put something in a meal that the government gives your kid as opposed to Bloomberg's Big Gulp. not allowing you to decide as an adult to go have a big soda.
But that's where this stuff goes. The more government involvement there is in our health care and health insurance, the more they're going to have a say in what we put in our own bodies. And there is no more intimate a relationship than the one you have with yourself and what you ingest. And, it starts with kids. And a lot of these bans are really condescending because they want to make sure they control the food that goes into the lowest income schools, which in places like Los Angeles and New York are fully subsidized. So what they're saying is, oh, you're poor. You can't make good decisions for yourself. The government will make those decisions for you, and then we'll have better outcomes. Well, what's next? It starts with red dye number 5, and then does it go to your genes? Because what could some of the other causes of ADHD be? So maybe if you're going to procreate, and if you're going to have some, government subsidized fertility treatments, maybe the government should test your genes to make sure that you are not passing anything on that could at some point be a big problem for the government if they have to take care of you long term. So if you have ADHD or schizophrenia or gout or diabetes in your family tree, well, maybe those branches need to be snipped and you shouldn't be having kids, because it starts with stuff that's pretty innocuous, but it gets very condescending and controlling very, very quickly.
The Pandora's box of the Twinkie, Greg. RFK has made this in some way a lifelong cause to make the world healthier. I think that the left and the right do agree that big pharma and big ag don't necessarily work in our favor.
I'm more worried about big kids, not big pharma. When I was young, growing up in California, we had one husky kid in a class. He could basically, he had all the best food in his lunch bag. Now, if you look at bus stops, it's the land of the extra large. Try stuffing one of those kids in a locker. It's not going to happen. I think that there's a lot of psychological disorders going around among young people, depression and anxiety. I'm not sure it's from chemicals. I think it's volume of food. I think the reduction of activity through social media, everybody being on their phones, trying to chase status, has messed with kids' brain. You cannot feel good mentally if you feel bad physically. It's all the same thing. We all know this. When you eat something, it changes your moods. And you see a lot of kids who don't look good. How possibly could they feel good? I think this fat positivity movement, which has been pushed by the media, fashion magazines, Sports Illustrated. This is deadly, telling people that obesity is just another identity to be proud of. We don't celebrate values that make for a good life. Like, why don't we have, instead of a pride parade, humility parade? Won't happen because that's a contradiction. But restraint parades. Kind of like a gay parade.
A demure parade.
A demure parade. Delayed gratification. Being civil, being polite, being humble. These are things that we forget about. Everything is lack of restraint and instant gratification.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that Lizzo lost?
Yes, good for her.
She lost like 50 pounds. Her fans are mad at her.
Good for her.
They feel like she's betraying.
Their fans don't care.
Her.
Here's the thing. That's her fans don't care about her health.
Right.
They just want her to be.
Emily, you don't care about your health or eating healthy or working out. What do you think about this?
I think that it's a very real problem with the worst possible solution. The government is the worst possible solution, downright bans, and it's such a Democrat thing to pitchfork something, and you're right, to disproportionately affect those underserved communities that they purport to represent all the time. Look at the majority of foster kids, for example, that are on ADHD medications, all of those polydiagnoses that are just stamped on, and here's your medication, but not really digging into the root of the problem. There's so much. Read The Body Keeps the Score by Dr. van der Kolk. That's an incredible book, and it is all about this stuff.
I will pretend to read it. Okay. Georgia's own Ludacris sparking fears that he might have unearthed a prehistoric virus. The fastest is up next. Click here to.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best, the best, the best. We have come to the end of the live show. Wait, let's see if we can play one more before we go. Can we play one more? Who is this? Let's see what it's about.
The trial in the 2022 murder of a 24-year-old UCLA grad student, Brianna Kupfer, is now underway. Sean Laval Smith is accused of stabbing Brianna to death while she was working.
We don't want to watch this. We don't want, okay, so for the Democrat in the chat. For the Democrat in the chat. Let's
So
see what
it
we got.
feels like Democrats are maybe backing off of the awakening vibes. Tell me I'm wrong. These are just
I think you're
theses.
wrong. Yeah, and here's why. I think Trump is known. He's a known quantity.
But doesn't
and then
he
some of it is
want to be called racist, and then you get to tell your voters, look, this is how they talk
Bingo.
about you.
And so that's exactly why she's not going to fall in that trap. And she's certainly not going to justify her identity to a bridge and tunnel guy from Queens from the 1980s who's like, oh, I'm going to tell you what you are and what you're not, right? Like just the whole paradigm. She's like, no, I'm good. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to hate on bridge and tunnel people. Just make sure we put that under her.
That's how I grew up.
Exactly.
I grew up bridge and tunnel. I know of what I speak.
Yeah.
I know of what I speak.
Mike, let me see your eyebrows here. Come on. What is...
Was that good? Was that on camera? I don't know.
We don't need to get into his comment because I think at the time he was talking to these reporters at the National Association of Black Journalists. He wades into this territory. But what is the point going forward? Is it to hope Democrats start talking about this stuff and then...
Oh, I guarantee you some Democrats will. I think this is really smart political instinct on the part of the vice president. And moving off of having these...
Meaning letting other people talk about it.
Let other people talk about it.
And I think you had the same thought.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially in the media. We can't resist.
Exactly, yeah. And I really think if
Hence
she had
the
said
segment.
something... Yeah, well, but if she had said
Welcome
something...
to the program.
We're a part of it.
Look, it's not even Black History Month. I'm here for it.
Back Mike up on something
No,
that's
but
incredibly
definitely
hard
we
to do.
would-
Sorry,
oh,
Jess.
sorry. No.
No, go ahead.
I want to back up Mike on what he said about having discipline. Having put people in this position, writing the speech for them and saying, don't say this, is her saying that she's not going to wade into it. When my first instinct as a Mexican redneck would have been, I've been black my whole life. And look right back at her, because I'd have got mad. She was very disciplined because if she would have done that as a consultant and a strategist, that's what we all would have talked about for 2 weeks, is that and how she put them in their place and, oh, she's bad. She got to be more presidential and be disciplined in the moment.
Yeah, but but we have seen a lot, even at the corporate level, a lot of corporations roll back DEI efforts. A lot of universities and institutions cancel out some of those roles, and so I think the vice president is perhaps aware of this cultural shift. Audie, and she's a woman, she's black, that's sort of obvious.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to
remember
be
when she
said.
first came out, I remember seeing a cascade of DEI hire talking about her. Like that was a thing conservatives were saying online.
And so now let them say that and let her present herself as the daughter of hardworking middle-class Americans, right? The ability to relate to people on the economy, on their lived experience. And yes, obviously, she has a diverse background and upbringing, but in connecting to Americans, which is typically what the right-wing complaint has been, is you're putting up a color barrier to get in the way of all of this. And if that's the complaint, she's not falling into that. Where does that right-wing argument go?
I thought it was smart. I mean, there are some voters who probably don't necessarily want to constantly be reminded of that. I'm not saying that's a good thing, obviously. She knows who she is. She's spoken at great lengths about her background. We all know she's a black woman. You don't need to keep debating it. She's talking about why she's running. She's talking about her positions. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I think she is doing this the right way on this particular issue.
But without saying that, voter registration for black women and brown women is through the roof. There's one thing you can't lie about is voter reg, and we have the numbers. And when the states reports, if you look at Target Smart Data just put this out yesterday, the increase has been over 500% with black women and
Especially
Latino
younger
women
black women.
of registering to vote.
Yeah, I think it's, like you said, it's baked in. People know that she's a black woman. They know that she's proud of her identity. She doesn't need to keep saying it. I think also, frankly, and what I was following online, people did start to buy into some of these arguments that Donald Trump had made about her racial identity. And every time it comes up, there are going to be people in the comment section who continue to spread disinformation and misinformation about race and her race in particular. I think we've all seen it. And so I think it's very smart not to give that any more oxygen, because those people are never going to believe her when she says in an interview, I'm black, I've always been black. The people who want to, believe that misinformation. So I think it's smart not to give it any more oxygen.
The other thing I'm curious about is, for a time, I feel like we were all reporting about Trump curious black and brown men.
Yes.
And this clearly has changed the dynamic, but I don't know how. What do you actually see?
As a non-college educated brown man, which won't shock none of you viewers after how I talk, this is a real thing that's happening out there because it's a relatability. Presidential elections are different than congressional races. Presidential races are about people you trust or you like or you feel like you have something in common with. They didn't feel like they had anything in common with Joe Biden. Some of them feel like they do or they don't with Donald Trump. This has changed fundamentally on the ground. It hasn't fixed all the problems, but you can see in poll measured against poll to where you see a relatability even with Latino and black men.
Yeah, you even see some will say, well, the Democratic Party has become too feminine. It's too much about women only. If you look at some qualitative reports on that.
Carville's preachy females of the Democratic
Party. Well, I know people didn't like it, but I think James Carville was kind of right. And I think some of these men, younger men of color, are looking for some type of restorative effort on the economic front. Women of color are superseding us academically. They're going to college at higher rates, graduating at higher rates. And a lot of these younger men are saying, well, what about us? And Trump appears to be providing some type of an answer to that.
Up first, Kamala Harris on the campaign trail this Labor Day weekend after her first interview since becoming the Democratic nominee. And while she cleared the hurdle without any major fumbles, some critics say it wasn't enough.
I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
Kamala Harris billing herself as the candidate of change and answering questions for the first time in this campaign about some of her reversals on progressive policy, like a ban on fracking.
My values have not changed. What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
She gave a similar answer, defending her flip on illegal immigration from 2019.
You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed.
Donald Trump quickly weighed in, saying the interview confirmed Harris's far-left values and her status as a flip-flopper.
She probably goes back to her room and gets sick to her stomach when she says what she has to say, because she's a Marxist.
But Harris making clear she doesn't want to be drawn into a food fight with Trump over race or gender.
He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes.
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
Here with me today, podcaster, journalist, and author Kara Swisher, conservative pollster and New York Times opinion writer Kristen Soltis Anderson, New York Times journalist and host of the Interview podcast, Lulo Garcia Navarro, and National Review editor-in-chief Rich Lowry. Welcome, everyone, especially Rich, who's a first-timer.
Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint.
Okay, we'll have a good time. Kara, did Harris do what she needed to do in the interview?
Well, she's got to do a lot of interviews, I think. I think it was fine. There were no fumbles, and she answered relatively well. She seemed, calm. She was quite calm. She foisted off a bunch of questions that were about the past, and I thought she did that pretty well. I don't think it did any damage, no harm, no foul kind of interview.
Did it do her any good?
It didn't need to necessarily. She needs to do a lot of them. I think she should do local ones. I think she should do them all over the place. But yeah, because it didn't do her bad. That's why, because it was fine.
Kristen, do you agree with Kara that she did fine?
Fine is probably the right word. It's clear that she is really committing to this pivot to the center. The whole time I kept thinking about that kerfluffle in 2012 when Mitt Romney was going from the primary to the general, and his campaign said, oh, it's like an Etch-a-Sketch. We're just going to flip it over, shake it, and it'll erase everything. It's like she's trying to erase the last time she ran in a primary and say, no, I'm different. And it may work. The two things, though, that she said in this interview that I can easily imagine Mar-a-Lago High Command finding useful. One was she said, we needed to recover as an economy, and we've done that. A lot of Americans don't think we've recovered as an economy. She used that as a justification for why her positions had changed. The second thing she said repeatedly was, my values have not changed. And given that she has had some positions in the past that were pretty progressive, I imagine that could be viewed as a gift for Republicans.
Well, I want to pick up on that because shortly after CNN released the first clip from the interview, the Trump campaign put together this ad of some of Harris's greatest hits from her 2019 campaign.
My values have not changed.
Reduce red meat specifically.
Yes.
The Boston Marathon bomber, they should be able to vote.
I think we should have that conversation.
Abolish ICE.
Yes.
Would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes, and I'm in favor of banning fracking. I am prepared to pass a Green New Deal.
Rich, does my values have not changed address her problem with flip-flops when she was running as a lefty in 2019, worried about Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren?
No, I mean, it could be part of a cogent explanation of these things, but in the interview, she said that line, which clearly had been fed to her, but didn't really connect to anything. She didn't explain any of these changes of point of view. And I'm not against people changing their minds. It's, George McGovern changed his mind on regulations, but it's because he started a small business and he realized how burdensome it is. So there was something going on there besides just changing on 8 or 10 things instantly in the course of a couple weeks, mostly still just explained via staff rather than with the candidate's own words. So this was a replacement level interview. It was not terrible, but it was not impressive. And if I were the campaign, my takeaway would be, yeah, do more interviews, but local, 5-minute pull-aside interviews. Do not put her in a setting where she might be significantly and in a sustained way challenged for 20 minutes, because I think she'd wilt under that pressure.
Lulu, well, first of all, what do you think of what Rich just said?
Yeah.
You agree?
I think she did okay. She seemed nervous, especially at the beginning. There had been so much pressure put on this interview. She waited way too long to do one, so it was like the Super Bowl. It didn't need to be. And so she did no harm. I agree with Kara, but I also agree with Rich that I don't think she did anyone any favors, and there's still a lot of questions that she needs to answer.
Well, but let me ask you about one of those questions. If you switch from ban on fracking to no ban, if you switch from decriminalize immigration to laws have consequences and need to be enforced, how does that fit under my values haven't changed?
I think exactly. I think the thing with my values hasn't changed is that she's trying to capitalize on the thing that actually voters say they like about her, which they see her as someone with leadership, they see her as someone who has integrity, things that Donald Trump scores very poorly on. So she's trying to capitalize on that, like, trust me, believe me, I am a good person, I am a change candidate, right? But she doesn't really explain what it is that she believes in. And so I'm not so concerned about fracking. I know that that's a big deal for Pennsylvania. I think where it's going to become an issue is on the border, because decriminalizing, people crossing the border illegally, there are a lot of reasons to say that that's fine because of, things that are, too lengthy to explain now. But it doesn't really play well to the general public in an election where the immigration really, really matters to people.
I don't think people mind people changing their mind. Two things. Of the people on this panel, you've interviewed her, correct? Have you interviewed her?
I have never met
I've interviewed her
Kamala
4
Harris.
or 5 times. She's not going to wilt.
Rub it in.
Getting an interview, in case you're wondering.
No, I know, but she's not a wilter. She's actually quite good in interviews, and she had some bad ones, but she's like everybody else, she falls down. The second thing is, oddly enough, my family does fracking in Pennsylvania, and I asked them last night, or had been in the business, because it's a coal business, and they are Trump voters, but they were satisfied with that answer. They're like, okay, as long as she doesn't do it, that's great.
I just wonder about this all-purpose answer, my values haven't changed, when on a lot of issues, her values or her policies have changed dramatically, because she was running then on the left, and now she's running the center. I want to bring up another issue. Harris also defended the administration's record and talked about how proud she is to have served as vice president. Here's what Biden said about her at the Democratic convention.
We've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me.
Now, Harris and Biden will be together in Pittsburgh on Monday, Labor Day. Kristen, is it a mistake for Harris to campaign with Joe Biden?
I think it is. I think that in the interview, when she was asked about having worked for him, she was pretty gracious, and I think that's fine. I think having respect for the man who chose you to be his running mate is fine. But at a certain point, his job approval is very low. Voters do not like what they have seen over the last 3.5 years. She's aware of that. Dana Bash pushed her in the interview on it, and she kind of tried to say, well, don't really blame me for the last 3.5 years. If you're out there campaigning with Joe Biden, that really is continuing to tie yourself to an administration that voters are simply saying, please, 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 not.
I disagree. I think Joe Biden still has a lot of pull in certain places. places where she might need his help. I mean, he is still popular among certain cadres of white working class voters. That is his background. And so I actually don't think that it is a bad thing to be seen with the sitting president of the United States. At the end of the day, she cannot hide from it, so she might as well embrace it.
Yeah, they're doing it in Pittsburgh, and he had some residual strength even towards the end in the blue wall states. But I just still think this is a bad idea. We'll know a lot about who's going to win this election based on who wins the argument over who represents change. And if she's change, if she's something different than Trump and Biden, and she's turning the page, that's huge for her. And Trump has to push back against that.
From what? I mean, the thing about this is not just who's the change candidate, but what are you changing from? Do you want to change from division? Do you want to change from chaos? That is the argument that Kamala Harris is making. Yeah. And so therefore she is the change candidate. But if you want to change from Biden and high prices, then he's embracing that. So it's a question of who wins that argument.
Want to change from an administration that a lot of people think has failed and has an approval rating that's 40%, then Trump wins. So that's the argument.
All right. That is the argument, and we have a debate in a few days, I think 10 days. We'll see who wins it.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for spending your time with me. I promise you that was going to be the last one. So it is what it is. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. It is what it is. We will be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. I like the way you guys are in the chat, you know, going back and forth. You guys have become friends in the chat, like from Warrior Live to Andrea to Amanda, even Ethan. My boy Memflips, Matt, you know what I mean? Like, we are just developing a big family in here. Lotus Flower, this is absolutely wonderful. This is something special. Michael, God bless you. Everybody in the chat, God bless you. God bless you. You know what time it is. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. I love you guys. Have a wonderful family. God bless America. God bless your family. God bless your children. God bless you. 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 Happy Friday. Have a wonderful day. I love you. I love you. I love you. I don't want to go, but I got to go. Okay. Love you guys, man. Be good.